Right. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the second day of the inaugural edition of India Education Summit, presented by the Indian Express Online Media and Google for Education, and co-presented by Adobe. Before we start, I would like to thank our audience for joining us. We ask that you remain connected with us throughout the course of the day via social media led by the hashtag IES 2021, with the theme for the day being a grassroots approach. We begin our first session building a strong foundation. Please welcome our panelist, Mr. Amitabh Kant, CEO of Niti Aayog, Dr. Wagi Shukri, Principal Assistant Director, Learning Platforms, Educational Technology and Resources Division, Ministry of Education, Malaysia, Ms. Seema Bansal, partner and director of BCG, and Karthik Reddy, co-founder and managing partner, Bloom Ventures. The session will be moderated by E. Kumar Sharma, deputy editor of Financial Express Online. Over to you, Mr. Kumar.
So, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, there's no doubt that technology enabled learning is the future for students across the country. Especially in the light of the COVID 19 pandemic, digital education has played an instrumental role in delivering good quality education to students. The government showed some resilience in the wake of the pandemic, resorting to innovative ways to deliver education to the last mile. Given the challenges of geography and socio-economic divide, a mix of low-tech, radio, TV, loudspeakers, and high-tech apps, online classes, technology options, combined with in-person interventions such as Mohalla schools, were leveraged to ensure continuous learning. With forward-looking goals set by the new education policies such as 50% GER in higher education, technology-led education is bound to see a major push in the coming years. Therefore, the government, academicians, and private sector all have to come together to chalk a roadmap for an affordable and inclusive, high-quality online learning ecosystem in the country. It's very important that we do not end up building a digital divide. I would be very happy to delve into some of these issues before the panel discussion. Firstly, I think it is necessary to realize that in a geographically, socially, and economically diverse country like India, access to education is yet to be realized at its full potential. We are going to need an additional 33 million seats in higher education to achieve the 50% GR goal set by the new education policy. The brick and mortar model of education alone cannot achieve this humongous task. Online education, thus, is no more only an aspiration, but it will become a necessity. Online learning can democratize learning and break all barriers of access. It can bring down the cost of education and make it more affordable. At the same time, it offsets the opportunity cost to attend a regular degree at the cost of not working. Our topmost universities and colleges are mostly located in Tier 1 cities and cater to some 1,000 students studying there. With online degree, a student sitting in Northeast or Chhattisgarh can access high quality education from the best of professors anywhere. The University Grants Commission has allowed top 100 colleges to offer online degrees. IIT Madras has come up with an online degree BSc in programming and data science to cater to the market needs and aspirations of the youth. As I said, we must be mindful of the digital divide that exists. Therefore, if you see, the government has taken a multi-pronged approach to deliver education. With recent schemes like PM E-Vidya and Swayam Prabha, the government is making sure that no one is left behind in the spirit of Sabka Saath and Sabka Vikas. At the same time, there's an equal push for digital learning. While the Swayam portal and Diksha portals are catering to learning needs of educators and learners, schemes like PM Vani and BharatNet are directed towards democratizing education through free internet facilities. Secondly, there's the role of government in investment. The new education policy has paved the way for adoption of technology in education. The Government of India set up specialized task force to implement various provisions of the NEP to reap the benefits of technology. To formalize the incorporation of digital education, National Digital Education Architecture has been rolled out to design the National Digital Education Blueprint. This would help streamline digital education. We in government are playing the role of a facilitator by including EdTech experts and the private sector in all these areas. We would require active participation from private players in the EdTech space to take this further with state governments and higher educational institutions. Their experience and expertise in the area could be easily leveraged for advancing the goals of blended learning. Ladies and gentlemen, the government has recently modified the viability gap funding scheme to include social infrastructure projects, particularly education. And we would be very happy if the private sector sets up ICT infrastructure in educational institutions and the educational institutions could provide physical infrastructures to the private players free of cost. The ICT labs could be used by the students during the official hours. Post office hours, the private player could use it as skilling center on a user pay model. The need for technology enabled education is well recognized. It calls for a joint effort by the government, academia, and private sector to design models of e learning in India, which is equitable, affordable, and responsive to the ground realities. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you, Mr. Kant, for an overall picture and also some specifics in terms of how you are handling this whole transformation that is underway, or at least you are embarking on in the education space in the country. But specific to Niti Aayog and the role that you're playing actually while you have been looking at the space, you have constantly over the years, you've helped rewrite growth stories, with your approach to understanding of brands, building brands, and whether it is in Kerala or where in different nationally also, Startup India, all these initiatives. When it comes to education, one or two key areas in which you are seeing as your priorities, where actually Niti Aayog is actually working to strengthen the education. One or two priority areas for you.
So one of the key areas is that we worked with 3 states, and Seema of BCG was involved. Which is called the Saath program, where 3 states were selected after a challenge route. And we worked with these states to improve learning outcomes at the grassroots level. And that is really the key challenge, that today students pass from one class to another class to another. But the learning, is absorbed by only very few students. And they are able to get into higher classes without absorbing it clearly. And therefore, the learning outcomes are extremely poor. A class 8 student is not able to do class 3 maths, is not able to write in his mother tongue. And therefore, learning outcomes are really hold the key to India's success. And unless we do not get it set right at the grassroots level. And one of the key challenges for that is that you need very good educators and you need very good people teachers who are able to put it into the minds and the hearts of the students what they are teaching. Teaching should not become a mechanical process. And actually, what has happened is that while we've been able to ensure that education reaches across, and geographically we've spread schools across the country, our learning outcomes need a very, very radical push and a massive improvement across. And that is something which every state of India and every education institution of India must focus on.
Very important point. Actually, I need to come back to you on this, Mr. Kant, on the learning outcomes and the approach that you're actually taking in that. Before that, if I can go to Mr. Sukri from Malaysia, as the initiatives as a minister, you've seen the unfolding of various initiatives in the learning platform there in Malaysia. We were talking a while ago about the dilemma initiative which you have, which I think which is actually dilemma as we discussed, digital educational learning initiative of Malaysia. Tell us a bit about these initiatives, because Mr. Kant also mentioned about the collaboration with the private and how actually we can have transformational outcomes from that. Tell us a bit about your experience in what's been the case in Malaysia and what we can learn from it.
Thank you. I'm glad to be here, and again, thank you for having me in this session. So basically, we pronounce it as delima, which is actually a fruit or a ruby in Malaysia, and it stands for Digital Educational Learning Initiative Malaysia. It's basically a platform for digital learning for teachers and students. So basically, all the public schools are invited to come in and learn digitally on this platform. So in July 2019, we decided to select a platform for online learning. So what we decided was to go with Google and Google Classroom. And what we did was we generated 5.3 million IDs for all our students and teachers. So basically, after a while, around January 2020, we did a partnership. We had a partnership with Google at that time, but we also partnered with both Microsoft and Apple. So basically, it became a democratized platform in which not only Google applications or services are available for all our teachers, but also from Microsoft and also from Apple. So basically, we were trying to provide a multitude of options so that teachers can select and mix and match whatever they felt comfortable with in the digital sphere. So for us, the integration was at the back end was very difficult because it was the first of its kind. Because what we did was we took all the free technologies. We didn't have a budget, so we went on no budget. And what we did was to take all the free applications and put them together as a whole. So when we introduced a dilemma to the teachers, we didn't force them to come into digital learning. But of course, the pandemic then sort of forced them to be online. So by doing that, we started from a very small amount of teachers logging in. Until right now, we have about 90% of teachers already logged in and using it, and about 68% of students logging in and using the platform itself. So we've been lucky. The steady growth of logins have gone up quite drastically since the pandemic, and there's a lot of challenges, of course. One of the key things that we need to learn when it comes to digital learning is that providing professional development for teachers and providing engagements for students, content is very difficult. And again, we didn't do it alone. So what we did was we reached out to the partners and said, look, how can you help us with this? And of course, they also provided a lot of the content for our teachers and students. In terms of partnership as well, because we were an open platform in a sense, we got other organizations like UNICEF to come in and say, what else can you offer? So when we asked them that, they started to think about how do we prepare our teachers and students for the future of learning. So they did a lot of work with us as well, and providing that digital learning experience for our teachers and students. So basically, for us at Dilemma, what we wanted to do is to provide everything for free. And as much as possible, all the things that we do are free. So there were no charges, no payments or anything like that. So if you wanted to do that, you couldn't really join the Luma as such. But for us to reimagine digital learning in this pandemic, in this new norm, it's actually quite difficult because doing it alone is almost impossible. And using one sort of technology is also quite risky in a sense. And by providing democratization of technology, what we could do is engage and collaborate with other people to embrace the change that was required for the future of Malaysia. And some of the things that we have done so far.
Well, congratulations. I think that's a long distance covered actually with I think with a rather unique approach to education, especially in such trying times. Ms. Seema Bansal, if I can come to you, does what Mr. Sukri say from Malaysia, does it resonate with any of the challenges that you've been facing? Mr. Kant's talked about the SARS program, and you've been engaging with several state governments in terms of either helping them identify the bottlenecks and rolling things out. Give us your perspective on this.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Thank you, firstly, for having me. So education and technology in India, I think, got a really big boost during pandemic because no one really just had an option at that point of time. So at the beginning of the pandemic, we were working in 4 states. We were working in Rajasthan, Madhya Pradesh, Odisha, Jharkhand, all put together catering to about 2.5 crore students. And as schools shut down, no one just really knew what to do, and it was very obvious that one had to turn to digital because students were not actually going to have access to classrooms for many weeks or many months, and most states pivoted to actually being able to do something on digital very, very quickly, right? And let me just show you, present some numbers to you. So within 2 or 3 weeks of the national shutdown, by 15th April, all of the states that we were working in and many others had launched some kind of digital content for their government school students. And this is almost unimaginable because something like this has never been put together in India. Right? So it wasn't that something was already happening in terms of edtech content and it was just now being sent on a different channel. Content was actually pulled together from 15 or different 20s, 15, 20 different sources in Hindi, in vernacular languages, packaged and was sent out. And an effort as massive as this is, I don't think has ever taken place. But on the other hand, if you look at it, 8 weeks in, 10 weeks in, when we started measuring how many students are actually able to access that content, that number was 10% of the total government school going students on a regular basis. Now, one can look at this number in 2 ways. One can sort of say, oh, only 10% students were accessing it. The other way to look at it is that of the 2.45 crore students, 25 lakh students who had never ever before used digital edtech content on their phones, started using it, right? What product actually gets to 10% penetration in 8 or 10 weeks? Right. So I think one can look at it as glass half full or glass half empty.
I think it's again fairly detailed view in terms of how you very nicely said that half glass half full and half empty. Yes, there are both challenges and opportunities, and you've been able to look at both sides and then the strengths as well. But while you referred to this, you mentioned about local content not available, Ms. Seema, on the in the local languages. The National Education Policy talks of actually unfolding many initiatives. The local language component is going to be increasingly important now. And Mr. Kant just mentioned a while ago about how online learning is to become increasingly critical. So how does one fill that gap, and where do you see the role of, let's say, collaboration? I ask you about collaboration is also because of the Malaysian example that we've had, and also in India we've seen in the recent past in the whole vaccination drive, when we went on from the testing of the for COVID vaccine, when the private got involved, actually there was a huge ramp up in terms of the testing apparatus that we had. So some such thing can do you see that as a possible solution? Where do you find the solution for cracking this problem of local language?
it is exactly what you said, Kumar. It is collaboration. So even when I look at the Hindi content that was put together, there is no single organization today which has adequate content in Hindi for, let's say grades 1 to 8, including language, mathematics, science, social sciences, and also, what we call social emotional learning. So when we put together content for the states that we work in, we worked with almost 20 partners, and it was amazing. It was fantastic to see, for profit players, not for profit players, all of them just open up their entire content libraries, to us, to the state governments, and to the public school and private school kids to say, just take it, curate it, put it together. But a student wouldn't know this, or a teacher wouldn't know this, or a parent would not know this. The content that they were getting on a daily basis was being curated at the back end from 15 different organizations, because there is no single organization, even in Hindi, who had all of the content. And I think we'll have to apply the same, to vernacular languages. So when we get into Odia, when we get into Marathi, or even honestly, when we get into tribal languages, right? I work in Jharkhand. There are, I don't know how many tribal languages there. There is Ho, there is Santhali. And children who are in the age groups of 5 to 10, largely still speak in those tribal languages. So I think it is about collaboration. It is about bringing private sector, not for profits in. It is about part piecing the whole thing to say, someone does literacy for grades 1 to 3, someone does numeracy, someone else does science, and then we bring it all together. It has to be like that. Pandemic showed how this could be done, at least in Hindi. And now can we actually take it to all of the other vernacular languages? And I think the NEP has a big role to play in that. The funds which are provided, have a big role to play in that. I think government has to give the confidence to these private sector players, social enterprises, and NGOs that, their content will be used, they will be, adequately sort of rewarded or paid for the efforts that they make. And I think this whole ecosystem can come together.
Okay, thank you so much. But before I come to Ms. Supriya again, I need to get inputs from Mr. Karthik Reddy. Since you are from the venture world and you shape the investment approach at Bloom Ventures, and we have constantly told, as financial journalists also, we have noticed, we have constantly told that money goes where actually it is earned and returned, so to say. So in the context of, you are bullish on edtech. You are not just in edtech funding entity. You look at you have a wide portfolio, but edtech is an important component for you. But in the technology space, we are given to understand that one is interested more in the technology space because it is in Indian context still unregulated and allows for profit. In the education space, I think for profit there are limited options to that. So how do you see yourself, given the challenges which Ms. Seema Bansal pointed out? How do you see yourself getting beyond the edtech and actually into the mainstreaming of the education? Do you see that future unfolding at some point?
Thanks for the question. It's an interesting question as we await, sort of the reopening of the world to, its legacy normalcy, which might happen in 6 months or so. So even pre-COVID, so let's take a step back, right? I think for all the havoc that COVID wreaked upon us in the world and at large, edtech, I think, is probably one of the biggest beneficiaries of actually going through that trauma. Primarily because it might be a lost year for many, many, many kids. I can't deny that, especially in a country like ours. But lost year isn't not entirely, but for a large segment who couldn't access the infrastructure that Seema was mentioning, right? That it's not easy for someone who's either language disadvantaged or device disadvantaged or data disadvantaged to have gotten the same schooling experiences and privileges in the last year. But it's not a short-term game, it's a long-term game. And sometimes when I look at my kid in 7th grade, I wish she was in 4th so that I could avail of what will actually be available to her in 3 years from now, right? Because it'll be a very, very transformed landscape in 3 years from now, right? And so, because once you pass a certain grade, the way we've set up our education system is, it's almost very difficult to go back in time and learn something, even with better tools and better infrastructure available to you. Because you're always on like this treadmill that only runs in one direction, right? The flip side of this is, by the way, why do we all get educated? Let me be blunt. Right? It is for it's not for knowledge beyond the point. It's for employment. It's for upgrading your income growth. It's for enabling people to improve the quality of life and quality of living. So we've always seen education as a spectrum from all the way from kindergarten to a job, right? So it's not about, we don't actually see education and edtech as just K-12, as a schooling problem. In fact, it's a bigger skilling problem post-school, ironically. There are a lot of 25-year-olds, 24-year-olds, 22-year-olds who are educated, but still can't find a livelihood, which is commensurate with the amount of effort they put in for 18 years of their life, right? So I think the beauty of digital is that, if you ask me as a venture capitalist, the amount of investment and innovation that's going into democratizing this, even if it's at the top end for English speaking, suddenly allows for a cost structure that is available to even a small school in a remote location for a poor kid. And Mr. Kant referred to some of this when he was speaking. And think of a pre-COVID era without the amount of private investment in the space and in that infrastructure and in that offering. This would have been 10 years away. We've kept talking about disrupting education using technology. We know it's the only way to democratize it. Tell me how it could have happened faster. Right? So the ingredients were there exactly 12 months ago before COVID landed on many shores. What were we doing about it back then? Right? So I think, I'm not saying I have a single, I'm a small enabler in the ecosystem. I fuel these entrepreneurial dreams, and that's what the venture ecosystem does. It basically takes risk capital where no one else is willing to. That's it, right? There's no promise of money, by the way, Kumar. I wish there was. That's why we lose 7 out of 10 bets, right? You make really aggressive bets as an industry because we, ironically, want to see the same change that SEMA wants to, right? It's simple to say, hey, one company will, become a $1 billion company and return our money. But for that one company that all of you are reading about, there are 5 which have failed. So, and if not for that one, you will not have the ingredients, the talent, the baseline to be able to service that, Odia speaking kid. No one's going to go and prioritize, and that's unfortunately how money flows, right? And that's how monetization works, right? It is not going to focus on, the Odia kid until it solves for the English-speaking rich kid, right? And in that sense, I think it's a game changer in what we've seen in the last 12 months. The amount of innovation, the amount of dollars that are going into fundamentally augmenting traditional forms of offline education even American investors who we've spoken to, someone like a GSV, who said, we've been tracking edtech for 25 years. Its moment never came. And we're not talking, it had nothing to do with developed economy versus developing economy. Even in the US, they couldn't make a dent because how we educate ourselves is very, very sort of preset in our minds, right? And I don't think you can strip that away. I wouldn't take away remotely the experience I had in my colleges and my schools from my kid just because it's cool to be online educated. No, in fact, she's very frustrated sitting at home because I don't think every one of these is about social skills. It's about lifelong relationships. It's about daycare. Parents have to earn, live, and not see their cater to the kids 8 hours a day. You can't be a high income family if you're doing that. So it's about those layers, and then education is one of those layers. So by distancing the need to be in a physical classroom, we've disrupted the ways these kids of every age and income scale and language differences can actually learn today. And I think that is the revolution. I don't think it is, and therefore pushing government enabling these to sort of become mainstream within the schooling systems or whatever they regulate. In fact, they should be pushing for more incentives to actually be on the digital side. Because there's no way you're going to fix that same poor Odia kids learning capabilities on the ground in some village in the coast of Orissa. There's some kick-ass teacher is not going to land up there to improve their learning capabilities. It's not going to happen. Just like how you can't get an Apollo hospitals in a small village. You can't get that. So infrastructure in India, I think, is erupting because technology has become an enabler. And we have to embrace that and see how we can solve from tier one all the way down to like the most, disadvantaged kid today. And I think that in that sense, these platforms the rich can subsidize the poor more than ever before. And like you can't implement a policy like RTE and expect that will solve it. That always have physical limitations. On a digital landscape, the limitation is gone. My margins are enough on digital that I can actually take 20-30% of my income and actually service a language learning base with the same infrastructure, the same platform. So I think I'm very optimistic. I mean, it was one of my dreams to see education go directly to the end consumers, control, and not have stupid school owners and college owners dictate what gets taught to a kid. Right? And I think disintermediating that damn institution who tries to be, the sort of dictate some kid's life is the biggest breakthrough of COVID.
Okay. Before I come to Mr. Sukri, I have a few questions for you, Mr. Sukri. But before that, just to leave one point with Mr. Reddy, you mentioned this point about the margins in the tech spaces, and you can look at other avenues also. But do you, going forward, since Mr. Kant also mentioned about that online is going to be increasingly important, do you see yourself getting more into the mainstream fold?
When you say mainstream, could you define that a little better?
Yes, because in the mainstream, we have the school format, at least in India, is that it is not for profit, and only in edtech actually we can allow a scope for profit. So when you expand your portfolio, do you see your investments and your portfolio emerging in the not for profit space as well, or do you see changes happening there?
It's a myth, right, Mr. Kumar? Why are we fooling ourselves and calling education not for profit? Everybody has a trust structure that they take away the profits. You're trying to tell me people set up schools in this country for not for profit houses or colleges? That is rubbish, in my opinion. And that all of that archaic framework has to dissipate. People are smart. You empower that kid. Doesn't matter which corner of the country they are. They will spend their hard-earned parents' money on the right kind of education, not worrying about whether that is profitable to somebody or not. I don't think that is how people make decisions, in my humble opinion. They choose between their capacity to pay and what they can get for that capacity to pay, right? Just because it's not for profit or it's for profit, they don't choose a 30,000 rupee annual fee versus a 1 lakh rupee annual fee versus a 10,000 rupee annual fee, right?
So we need to redefine some of the ways in which we actually look at things as well. Yes.
This is fantastic. That's what I'm saying. You're disintermediating archaic regulation around this. Who said that by enabling that, somehow you thought the 270 million kids, the 10% that are privileged like our children and get the kind of education they should, the others, it doesn't matter to them that the sector is not for profit or for profit. They're getting suboptimal education as is. The job should be to overcome that, not worry about whether somebody's making money off it or not.
Yes. So yes, the key question was about engaging and deepening the engagement so that the net student outcome, which Ms. Seema Bansal also referred to, is enhanced. Coming to Mr.
Sorry, Kumar, can I just make one comment to your question?
Yeah, please. Yeah.
To do with it. I think the question of whether sort of the current set of edtech companies and using their profits to go deeper into the pyramid. I think that's a very good question, and I think obviously that's likely to happen. But at least my personal sense is that when we look at the full pyramid in India, right, I think the current set of edtech companies are probably sort of like Mr. Reddy also said, probably touching the top 10%. Pick a number, right? But it's in that range. How many children are today accessing, let's say, content from the best of the edtech companies, which we all actually hear about? And the fact is that, for-profit money is always going to go top down into that pyramid, right? So from 10%, you will go to 15%, you will go to 20%. But India has a huge, huge pyramid. And when I look at sort of students and disintermediated populations, and you start from the bottom of the pyramid, I think waiting for these top-end edtech companies to go all the way down, is a long, long game, right? I don't think that's going to happen anytime soon. Also, I think some of the things that I see today, for example, take English content, dub it into Hindi, make it sort of slower, have it be spoken at a slower speed because kids in rural areas, understand at a slower speed. Those are not enough. I think the fact is that, children just learn in different contexts. So when you're explaining the concept of fraction to a urban child, you can use a pizza. But when you talk about a pizza to a kid in Saraikela in Jharkhand, they don't even know what a pizza is. So you cannot use the same video dubbed in Hindi at half the speed of language, right? So I do genuinely think that if we really want to democratize digital education and really get to the bottom of the pyramid faster and sooner, then just a different set of solutions and organizations have to emerge in terms of content, right? I don't think we can genuinely expect, and we shouldn't expect, the top tier edtech companies to get there in any time soon. They will keep on going down into the pyramid, but it's a long, long way to the bottom of the pyramid in India.
Thank you so much. I think it's a very important point that you've raised, and I think I want to come to Mr. Sukre for this. You have seen the issues that we're grappling with, Mr. Sukre, and I think this point which Seema also mentioned just now about different type of content that you need when you are actually looking at an audience which is fairly diverse. How have you cracked that problem? And secondly, and I want to come to the second problem also, which is while increasing the gross enrollment ratio is an issue that we are looking at in India, and we've had some success in that, fairly reasonable success. The other issue is actually ensuring that the quality is also enhanced proportionately. How have you cracked that problem of ensuring better quality? And prior to that, the problem which Sim also mentioned just now about ensuring that the content is catered to the audience.
Thank you. I think I will answer the question about content and diversity first. I think Ms. Seema has brought up some interesting issues, and my answer to you, basically, we haven't reached that point yet, which we can say we've cracked it. It's a work in progress, and I think digital learning should be thought about as something that's like a journey. You have to have a starting point, and you have to have a route along the journey somewhere. And in terms of having it in multiple languages, I think one of the key things that we decided to do is to have crowdsourcing. So crowdsourcing the materials themselves and getting teachers to think about their own context and creating their own content for their own context of teaching and learning. So that's one thing that we started to do. And also, Nisima also mentioned about the pyramid, which is very interesting to me. I think about it in terms of nodes and how strong nodes are. So if you build a relationship with the stronger nodes, you get more things done. So she's right. And she mentioned something interesting when she was talking about social enterprises. I think social enterprises, to me, in my own perspective, is one way of reaching out and getting the content and application and services that we require, especially for lower income stratas. And also, Mr. Reddy mentioned about the lower income strata. For us, of course, that's a huge issue. Access and devices is one thing that will then you will reach a threshold in which that becomes a big issue for you to overcome. And having good quality content is very difficult because, as she has said as well, the top tier sort of keep their content to themselves and don't want to really share the content with government and other partners as well. So what we try to do is we try to go around it in the sense that we go to organizations like social enterprises or UNICEF or all these sorts of organizations and ask them to sort of fund it for us and provide it to us for free. So that's one way that we've done with getting new content application services on our platform. For us, one of the key things as well is looking at the learning gap, because you will have the digital gap, but what about the learning gap, especially in terms of the pandemic? Because the learning gap will be wider for some students and be smaller for some students. And this is also related to the impact of digital learning on our students and how that will impact their employment, like Mr. Reddy said. So learning gap is important for you to measure when you start doing a digital learning platform or project, so that you would know where these gaps are and what sort of things you need to do to make sure that these gaps are being filled. Yeah. So for us in Malaysia, we built dashboards from day one so that we could see the trends and the logins that they come in and the reasons why they wanted to learn digital learning. Yeah. So we built sentiment dashboards to see, did they like this sort of content? Do we measure this properly? So those sorts of things are coming along. And the last key point I wanted to pick up was from Mr. Reddy as well. I think one of the key themes, I think, from the UN agencies was to reimagine learning in 2021. And for me, I have a big imagination. So for me, it's all about having personalized learning for the students. So they can choose the types of courses that Google, Microsoft, Apple, whomever it is, Intel, they are providing that could be done on your platform. So you offer all these courses, so they can choose a stream that they like. For example, I want to do AI. So where do I start? I start using TensorFlow with this, and I start using the cloud. So when they get certification, when they go out of school, they already have the certificates ready for them to be employable in the future. That's how I see it.
Yeah, very nice. Actually, we are actually running out of time in another 2 minutes. I think if we can just to wrap it up, one quick take from the three of you in terms of what you see as the to what extent you see partnering, collaboration, and the way forward in taking this journey, because everyone says that online is definitely going to play an increasingly important role. And to specific to Ms. Seema and to Mr. Reddy, is this whole thing of there is now optimism that with the new national education policy that we need to bring in change now, but we've tried education and reforming that earlier as well. What are we doing? What is changed now? Are we doing things differently, or is it that the environment has changed? A quick take on these 2 points from you both, Ms. Seema and Mr. Reddy, and before a conclusion from all three of you on what is the key takeaway in terms of the way forward.
I'll try and answer both the questions simultaneously. I think, like I said, the last year has been quite a watershed year for education overall. I think we've seen the possibilities of edtech and what they can do at for every student wherever they come from. My big worry at this point of time is that as schools reopen in India, I think our public school systems, especially, and even for the most part, the affordable private schools, are going to be so so deeply immersed in just the process of reopening schools, just the process of bringing kids back into schools, just the process of ensuring their safety and getting that whole school ecosystem running, that I believe that they might forget edtech and everything that they did on edtech in the last 1 year in that process. There's a certain set of parents and children who have adopted edtech on their own, but majority of the edtech consumption, again, in government schools and public schools, is being driven by the school system sending out content, the school system supporting it and enabling it. So my big worry is that it will get lost, and if it gets lost, it will take a long time to come back. So I think my hope also is that, and you talked about collaboration, that the private sector, the not-for-profit sector, the social enterprise sector continues to remind public school systems, government school systems, that this is what we had, these were the possibilities, and take those back to the public school systems to remind them and to help them understand how all of this can even happen in a world where schools are also open and children can continue to learn, on edtech platforms within the school and outside. So I think it is very much the onus of edtech companies and sort of non-government organizations, both for-profit and not-for-profit, to foster that collaboration and make it happen. I genuinely believe in what EdTech can deliver. Completely agree that it has to be personalized learning, personalized adaptive learning, which will deliver the best outcomes. And like Mr. Reddy said, I don't think it's a 2-year journey or a 3-year journey. I think when we think about 5 to 10 years and what EdTech can achieve, I think we can really leapfrog in terms of education and education outcomes, and in a very democratized manner.
Mr. Reddy, your concluding remarks in terms of what you see as the takeaway from the way forward.
I think I think the legacy institutions are seeing that this can be a net positive for everybody that they're trying to service, right? So I do see that even at school, college, any institutional level, they will tend to partner far more aggressively with technology partners today, and which then reduces the cost of both distribution and access for both sides, right? And whatever Seema mentioned is absolutely right. But if I was going to go and try and find that child who has that customization need on their own, it would be very expensive to go and find them, and sort of have a cost of servicing that one single child, right? So the institutions aggregate that demand in some sense, right? They bring the kids into a particular school, right? And I think, yes, historically it's not like technology was not being adopted, but I think it was left to the elite schools used to offer it, the affordable private schools used to offer it, and that needs to flow through now to many sort of the government school ecosystem and to everyone else, where combination of how do you make data and devices accessible, and therefore probably layering very affordable sort of, again, digitally enabled fintech on top of edtech, meaning you make this bite sized. How do you give a tablet for a few hundred rupees a month? Right? It's not about big grants and giving free tablets and giving freebies or getting someone to spend 10,000. These are all difficult solutions. So I think this innovation is what I think both sides. It's very ripe, the environment. Whoever's creative, very creative, will find the best solution and begin to scale. Is my gut.
Very true. Very ripe environment is what Mr. Reddy says. Mr. Sukre, we have 1 minute. We have just short of time. Just your concluding remark in terms of what you see as the key takeaway on the way forward.
I think one of the things what I've learned from your discussions is that diversity is important. And I would also say that being inclusive in the platform needs to have an inclusive environment as well. We shouldn't forget the people that have barriers to accessibility, and having an equal playing field and quality education for everyone in the country. So as much as I love digital learning, but I must remind myself to have other people come in different ways and trying to have application and technology and services that can help them do that. For me, that's my concluding remark.
That's a very nice note to end this on. Thank you so very much for your time, Mr. Sukre. For it's late in the day for you, but thank you so much for sparing time, Mr. Reddy, and also Ms. Seema Bansal. Thank you so much for your time. Thank you so much.
All right. Thank you so much. Thank you to everyone. I would now like to proceed to the second session of the day, titled The Infrastructure Play. This session will bring into light programs to ensure the right kind of device and connectivity infrastructure is made available, while exploring the need to form a body or an independent organization consisting of a task force which can enable this transformation in partnership with states. We begin this session with a special address from Manish Sisodia, Deputy CM Government of NCT of Delhi, followed by a panel discussion with Dr. Vinod Rao, Secretary to the Government of Gujarat, Primary and Secondary Education, R.V. Subramanian Iyer, Vice President, Reliance Jio Infocom Limited, and Amit Doshi, Chief Marketing Officer, Lenovo India. To moderate this session, I would like to welcome Bani Dhawan, Head of Education India and South Asia, Google Cloud India. Over to you, Bani.
पिछले 5 साल में दिल्ली में एजुकेशन में जो काम हुआ उसकी काफी चर्चा होती है, काफी मुझसे सवाल पूछे जाते हैं कि दिल्ली में क्या किया है, क्या प्रोसेसेस अपनाए हैं, किस तरह के चेंजेस हुए हैं, ये सारे सवाल मेरे पास बार बार आते हैं। और अब आगे पोस्ट कोविड में हम पूरे एजुकेशन सिस्टम को कैसे देख रहे हैं, इवॉल्विंग टेक्नोलॉजी के एज में टेक्नोलॉजी को साथ लेके चलने के क्रम में हम इसको कैसे देख रहे हैं, ये सारे वो सवाल हैं जो आमतौर पर मेरे सामने आते रहते हैं जगह जगह समय समय पर। और अप्रिसिएशन भी होता है कि दिल्ली के एजुकेशन सिस्टम में काफी काम हुआ है। जो लोग ज्यादातर जिसके बारे में जानते हैं, जो आउटकम है उसके बारे में जानते हैं कि अब दिल्ली के स्कूल के रिजल्ट अच्छे आने लगे हैं, 98% बच्चे पास होने लगे हैं, ये लोगों को सूचना है। लोग ये जानते हैं कि अब दिल्ली के गवर्नमेंट स्कूल्स की बिल्डिंग्स अच्छी हो गई हैं। ये भी सूचना रहती है कि दिल्ली के गवर्नमेंट स्कूलों के बच्चे अब जो आईआईटी जैसे इंस्टीट्यूशंस हैं या बड़े मेडिकल कॉलेजेस हैं, जेई और नीट के जो एग्जाम हैं उनको अब अपने दम पर बहुत सारे स्कूलों में तो बिना कोचिंग के क्लियर करने लगे हैं। तो ये सब सूचनाएं कहीं ना कहीं लोगों के पास में हैं और इसी से लोगों की जिज्ञासा बनती है कि भाई दिल्ली के एजुकेशन मॉडल में अब क्या है और आगे इसको कैसे देख रहे हैं, स्पेशली पोस्ट कोविड इरा में हम इसको कैसे देख रहे हैं। तो मैं इस बातचीत को थोड़ा सा जो अपनी बात है उसको 2-3 हिस्सों में रखूंगा। एक तो दिल्ली में जो इंटरवेंशन हुए हैं उसने हमें कैसे इस बहुत बड़ी चुनौती जो अचानक हमारे सामने आ गई उसके लिए हमें पहले से तैयार करके रखा था, या हमारी कुछ पहले से तैयारी थी जिसका फायदा हमको मिला, और दूसरा आगे हम इसको किस रूप में देख रहे हैं। सबसे इम्पोर्टेंट था हमारे लिए कि दिल्ली में एजुकेशन को लेके हमारा कमिटमेंट है, तो हमको कुछ टफ डिसीजन लेने पड़ेंगे ताकि दिल्ली में बजट अवेलेबल हो एजुकेशन के लिए। वो हमने शुरू से कराया, 2015 से कराया, और उसका सबसे पहला इस्तेमाल हमने अच्छी बिल्डिंग्स बनवाने के लिए किया, क्योंकि यहाँ मसला अच्छी बिल्डिंग्स का नहीं है, पढ़ाई तो कहीं भी हो सकती है, लेकिन मसला बराबरी का है। उसी मोहल्ले में रहने वाला या उसी परिवार और उसी रिलेटिव सर्किल में रहने वाला एक बच्चा तो बहुत शानदार प्राइवेट स्कूल में जाता है जहां उसकी लाइब्रेरी सब कुछ बहुत अच्छा है, और एक बच्चा ऐसे स्कूल में जाता है जहां पर वॉशरूम, लाइब्रेरी, इन सबको तो छोड़ दीजिए, मकड़ी के जाले लगे हुए हैं क्लासरूम्स में, बैठने के लिए डेस्क नहीं है। तो वैसे में हमको उस बच्चे को एक डिग्निटी देना बहुत जरूरी था, उसके सामने ये फील कराना उसको कि मैं भी सिस्टम के लिए, मैं भी देश के लिए, सोसाइटी के लिए इंपॉर्टेंट हूँ और मेरी पढ़ाई पे भी खर्चा हो रहा है, मैं भी एक अच्छी जगह बैठ के पढ़ता हूँ, ये उसको फील कराना बहुत जरूरी था। तो हमने इसीलिए बिल्डिंग्स पर भी खर्चा किया और आज दिल्ली की बिल्डिंग्स ठीक ठाक हो गई हैं गवर्नमेंट स्कूल की। दूसरा जो हमारा इंटरवेंशन रहा जो बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट है, जिसकी वजह से कोविड जैसी बीमारी और जब लॉकडाउन और सब कुछ बंद हो गया, उसके चैलेंजेस के बीच भी हम पढ़ाई को जारी रख पाए। मैं ये नहीं कहूंगा कि सारी की सारी हमारी तैयारी थी और वी ऑल वर टू प्रिपेयर्ड, नोबडी वाज टू प्रिपेयर्ड, लेकिन हम लोग शायद हमारे कुछ इंटरवेंशंस ने हमको इस स्तर पे रखा कि उसकी वजह से हम इसको बेटर हैंडल कर पाए। उसमें संयोग आप कह सकते हैं कि मार्च में ये कोविड की बीमारी आनी शुरू हुई और फरवरी में जब मैंने दिल्ली का बजट पेश किया था तो हमने अपने बजट में ही ये रखा था कि हमने अपने बहुत सारे क्लासरूम्स को अब स्मार्ट क्लासरूम में कन्वर्ट किया और अगले 5 साल में हम अपने सारे क्लासरूम्स को ऑनलाइन प्लस स्मार्ट क्लासरूम में कन्वर्ट करेंगे। ये शायद संयोग था, लेकिन पहले से हम इसको लेके अपने सिस्टम में तैयारी कर रहे थे। इसी तरह से जब हमारे टीचर्स को हमने 2 साल पहले टैबलेट सबके हाथ में दिया, सरकारी स्कूल के टीचर हैं, बहुत 20-20 साल से सर्विस कर रहे हैं, ये सारी नई टेक्नोलॉजी है, बहुत सारे लोगों ने अडॉप्ट ही नहीं किया, बहुत सारे लोग तो अभी भी मोबाइल फोन पुराने वाला यूज करते हैं ताकि उनको स्मार्टफोन यूज करने की दिक्कतें ना झेलनी पड़े, ऐसा करते थे। तो मैंने देखा तो मुझे लगा कि इनके हाथ में एक टैबलेट होना चाहिए ताकि 21st सेंचुरी के बच्चे को जब तैयार कर रहे हैं तो उसको पता हो कि मेरे टीचर को टैबलेट या मोबाइल स्मार्टफोन ऑपरेट करना आता है और वो उसको यूज कर सकें सिस्टम में। तो हमने 2 साल पहले ही, 1.5 साल पहले ही अपने सारे टीचर्स, सारे स्टाफ के हाथ में एक टैबलेट दिया था और जिसमें ऑनलाइन का डेटा भी हम लोग उसमें देते थे। तो हमने कोर एकेडमिक यूनिट बनाई थी जो क्लासरूम की पढ़ाई में, उसके असेसमेंट में पूरा इंटरवेंशन रखती थी कि एक स्कूल में एक टीचर के ऊपर हम काम कर रहे थे कि अलग परिस्थिति में आप किसी बच्चे को कैसे पढ़ा सकते हैं। तो ये शायद कुछ ऐसे इंटरवेंशन थे जिनकी वजह से अचानक आई इस आफत को हमने हैंडल कर सके, हमारे सारे टीचर्स हैंडल कर सके, वरना टीचर्स का अचानक टेक्नोलॉजी पे शिफ्ट करना, बिना किसी ट्रेनिंग के बच्चों की ऑनलाइन क्लासेस लेना, हम लगभग 97% बच्चों को सर्व कर पाए एजुकेशन में बहुत अच्छे से, जितना भी पॉसिबल था। तो इसलिए दूसरा एक मोटिवेशनल लेवल, पिछले 4-5 साल में दिल्ली में एक जो बड़ा काम हुआ कि सरकारी स्कूल के टीचर का मोटिवेशन लेवल बढ़ा। अचानक जब उसके सामने ये चुनौती आई कि अब कैसे हैंडल करना है, स्कूल नहीं खुल रहे हैं, बच्चे को नहीं बुला सकते हैं, अब आप बच्चे को ढूंढना पड़ेगा, उसको किसी तरह से कनेक्ट कराना पड़ेगा, तो टीचर्स का मोटिवेशन लेवल क्योंकि पहले से बढ़ा हुआ था, तो आपके पास एक ऑलरेडी मोटिवेटेड टीम थी। तो ये हमारे फाउंडेशन थे जिसकी वजह से हम कोविड के दौरान एजुकेशन को बेटर हैंडल कर पाए। अभी इससे भी और बहुत सारी बेटर चीजें हो सकती हैं। दूसरा, अब जब हम इसको हैंडल करके आगे आ गए हैं और ऑलमोस्ट स्कूल खुल रहे हैं, थोड़े समय बाद और खुल जाएंगे और चीजें, वैक्सीन भी आ गई है तो चीजें नॉर्मल हो रही हैं, वैसे में अब सवाल ये है कि हम आगे कैसे जाएंगे। मुझे लगता है जितना मैं रिव्यू कर रहा हूँ, जितना मैं टीचर्स के साथ चर्चा कर रहा हूँ, कि कोविड की इस बीमारी ने, कहते हैं ना, ब्लेसिंग इन डिस्गाइज, इस बीमारी ने, इस लॉकडाउन ने, इस तरह की परिस्थितियों ने हमारे टीचर्स को एक अपॉर्चुनिटी दी है कि हम सीख सकें। सबको, हमको, एजुकेशन मिनिस्टर से लेके और क्लास में खड़े टीचर तक, सबको एक अपॉर्चुनिटी दी है कि हम कुछ सीख सकें और कुछ नए तरीके से अपने पढ़ाने के तरीके में, इट वाज एन अपॉर्चुनिटी टू लर्न फॉर ऑल ऑफ अस, और हमने उससे सीखा है। आज मैं कह सकता हूँ कि कोविड के मामले में जब सब कुछ ठीक हो जाएगा और शायद दुनिया कभी उस लेवल पे पहुंच जाए कि किसी एक दिन में सारी दुनिया में भी 0 केस रिपोर्ट हो रहा होगा, उस समय भी इस समय अडॉप्ट की गई टेक्नोलॉजी स्कूल्स में चल रही होगी। इस समय जो टेक्निकल इंटरवेंशंस हुए हैं, टेक्नोलॉजी के इंटरवेंशंस अडॉप्ट किए गए हैं मजबूरी में से, वो अब रेगुलर लाइफ का हिस्सा बनने वाले हैं। ये मैं होते हुए देख रहा हूँ, और ये कह सकते हैं कि ऑनलाइन एजुकेशन आने वाले समय की एक रियलिटी होगी, लेकिन वो को एग्जिस्ट करेगी। टेक्नोलॉजी कभी भी स्कूल सिस्टम को रिप्लेस नहीं कर सकती है। ऑनलाइन एजुकेशन सिस्टम कभी भी ये नहीं कह सकता ठीक है, अब आपको स्कूल की जरूरत नहीं है, वरना तो दुनिया के हमसे ज्यादा टेक्निकली एडवांस देश शायद अपने स्कूल बंद करके सब टेक्नोलॉजी के बेस पे ही स्कूल चला रहे होते। नहीं, स्कूल एजुकेशन, फिजिकल प्रेजेंस ऑफ स्कूल सिस्टम विल ऑलवेज बी देयर एंड इज मच नीडेड इन एजुकेशन सिस्टम। लेकिन टेक्नोलॉजी का ऑप्टिमम यूटिलाइजेशन कैसे कर सकते हैं, ये हमें कोविड ने सिखा दिया है, और इसको अब हम आगे लेके चलेंगे। ये टीचर्स की लाइफ में भी मैं देख रहा हूँ, सिस्टम की लाइफ में भी मैं देख रहा हूँ, ये होने वाला है। तो इसलिए शायद आज जब हम ये बात कर रहे हैं और एजुकेशन पे बात कर रहे हैं, लेकिन बहुत सारे टेक्नोक्रेट्स भी इस बात को सुन रहे हैं, हमें लगता है टेक्नोक्रेट्स को, दुनिया के, देश के टेक्निकल माइंड्स को अपने आप को इस तरह से सामने लाना होगा कि कोविड के बाद एजुकेशन में टेक्नोलॉजी एग्जिस्ट करेगी। ऑनलाइन सिस्टम्स, टेक्नोलॉजी का ऑप्टिमम यूटिलाइजेशन की आदत, एक साथ हैंड टू हैंड चलने की आदत जो है बनी रहेगी। तो टेक्नोलॉजी को उसके लिए तैयार करना पड़ेगा। आईटी इंडस्ट्री जो है हमारी, जो हमारी सॉफ्टवेयर इंडस्ट्री है, उसको अपने आप को इसके लिए तैयार करना पड़ेगा कि पोस्ट कोविड के लिए हम स्कूल्स के लिए तैयार हों, जब स्कूल्स की आदत में हम आ रहे हैं। तो ये एक अलग लेवल की, और आई कैन से अनदर लेवल ऑफ अपस्किलिंग is required for technocrats also and for teachers have adopted it. ये हमें लगता है बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट दौर आएगा। दूसरा, दिल्ली सरकार की ओर से मैं कहूँ तो कुछ हमारे पहले से तैयार इंटरवेंशंस थे, जो किस तरह से हम असेसमेंट में अब हम लगातार टेक्नोलॉजी का सहायता ले सकते हैं, और जो पुरानी परंपरा है असेसमेंट की कि साल के अंत में 3 घंटे किसी बच्चे का एग्जाम लेंगे और उसके बेस पे हम उसको बताएंगे कि इसने कुछ सीखा कि नहीं सीखा, 1 साल में नहीं सीखा तो फेल और सीखा तो पास। अब उसके पास 1 साल को रिवाइंड करने की अपॉर्चुनिटी भी नहीं है। तो टेक्नोलॉजी को साथ लेके हम कैसे कंटिन्यूस असेसमेंट, जिसकी हमेशा बात होती है, कंटिन्यूस असेसमेंट की तरफ बढ़ सकते हैं, इस पर दिल्ली का एक अभी हम लोग बड़ी तैयारी कर रहे हैं। दूसरा, ऑनलाइन, जैसे मैंने कहा, लगातार चलता रहेगा। यहाँ एक और इंटरवेंशन संयोग से इस दौरान हुई है, नई एजुकेशन पॉलिसी, जो न्यू एजुकेशन पॉलिसी सेंट्रल गवर्नमेंट ने दी है, उसमें एजुकेशन के बारे में टेक्नोलॉजी और नए आइडियाज और जो मिसिंग पॉइंट्स हैं उन सबको एक साथ रखा गया है। तो अगर मैं एक डॉक्यूमेंट के रूप में कहूँ तो एक बहुत अच्छी पॉलिसी हमें डॉक्यूमेंटेड हो गई है हमारे लिए, देश के लिए, जिसमें कुछ मिसिंग पॉइंट्स जिनके हम कभी एजुकेशन में चर्चा भी नहीं करते थे, वो भी उसमें आ गए। लेकिन यही एक सवाल भी है कि नई एजुकेशन पॉलिसी से क्या बदल सकता है पोस्ट कोविड एरा में, जब हम एंटर कर रहे हैं और टेक्नोलॉजी को साथ लेकर चल रहे हैं, एक नए तरह से स्कूलिंग को सोच रहे हैं, कॉलेज को सोच रहे हैं। तो नई एजुकेशन पॉलिसी उसमें कितना सक्सेसफुल होगी, जो उसने अपने अंदर डिक्लेयर किया है, जो पॉलिसी मेकर्स ने डिक्लेयर किया है। मैं दिल्ली का एजुकेशन मिनिस्टर भी हूं और फाइनेंस मिनिस्टर भी हूं। मैं समझता हूं कि जब आपको एजुकेशन में इन्वेस्टमेंट करना है तो एज फाइनेंस मिनिस्टर आपको कई जगह हाथ टाइट करना पड़ता है, कई जगह आपको अपने कमिटमेंट दिखाना पड़ता है कि हम एजुकेशन के लिए कमिटेड हैं। ये अनफॉर्चुनेट है कि एजुकेशन पॉलिसी लाने के बाद, जिस एजुकेशन पॉलिसी की चर्चा खूब बड़े पैमाने पे हुई, उस पॉलिसी को लाने के बाद जब पहला बजट सेंट्रल गवर्नमेंट की तरफ से पेश किया गया तो उसमें वो कमिटमेंट दिखाई नहीं दिया। उसमें ये दिखाई नहीं दिया कि एजुकेशन पॉलिसी में जो जो हमने कहा था कि देश की एजुकेशन में होना चाहिए, वो जो बजट कमिटमेंट मांगती है, जो पॉलिसी में भी कहा गया है कि 6% ऑफ जीडीपी हमें एजुकेशन में खर्च करना है। 6% तो छोड़िए, 3% भी नहीं है, और 3% भी छोड़िए, पिछले साल से भी 6,000 करोड़ रुपए कम कर दिया गया। नई एजुकेशन पॉलिसी पे बात करने से या नई एजुकेशन पॉलिसी के बारे में अनाउंसमेंट कर देने से एजुकेशन नहीं संभल पाएगी। एजुकेशन को अगर हमें संभालना है तो पॉलिटिकल कमिटमेंट चाहिए। कुछ ऑफिसर्स जिनको हम एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन जो एजुकेशन का है वो हमारे देश में इसी तरह का है कि ऑफिसर कल शायद चाइल्ड वेलफेयर डिपार्टमेंट में था, आज एजुकेशन डिपार्टमेंट में है, 1 साल बाद या 6 महीने बाद उसको जाके मेडिकल या माइनिंग या रेवेन्यू डिपार्टमेंट में सेवा देनी है। तो उसका एजुकेशन लेवल का कमिटमेंट, एजुकेशन पे कुछ भी सपने देखने का, एजुकेशन के किसी मिशन को आगे बढ़ाने का कमिटमेंट उस पीरियड के लिए होगा जितने दिन वो ऑफिसर है। लेकिन पॉलिटिकल कमिटमेंट हमेशा के लिए चाहिए। पॉलिटिकल कमिटमेंट एक कंटिन्यूड कमिटमेंट है जो हमारे देश में मिसिंग है। इसको अगर हम नहीं, पूरे देश में नहीं लेके आए तो खाली पॉलिसी बनाने से और कुछ अच्छी बातें करने से, और हम टेक्नोलॉजी को समझते हैं, हम टेक्नोलॉजी के बारे में बात कर सकते हैं, इससे काम नहीं चलेगा। पॉलिटिकल कमिटमेंट इज द फोरमोस्ट रिक्वायरमेंट, देन ऑफ कोर्स टेक्नोलॉजी, देन ऑफ कोर्स फिजिकल स्कूलिंग, सब कुछ मिलके कहीं पहुंच सकते हैं हम एजुकेशन।
Thank you, Mr. Sisodia, Deputy CM Delhi. I'll now move on to Mr. Vinod Rao, Education Secretary, Gujarat. The two things that we wanted to cover was that getting ready for a blended learning environment in 2021. What is Gujarat specifically doing in terms of building a digital infrastructure in schools? How are you training teachers to be able to adapt this new way of teaching and learning? And what is the e-content strategy to be able to see the next level of transformation that is happening post the pandemic? So I'm going to just start and lead with you. So thank you so much for joining us, Dr. Rao. It is a pleasure to meet you. So Gujarat has been in the forefront of adopting digital technologies, and what we have seen in the last couple of months is that it hasn't been more relevant before as it is now. We would like to hear from you on what are you and your department thinking in terms of digital transformation in 2021.
So what we have not been able to achieve in the last 20 years, we have been able to achieve in the last 10 months. COVID has, apart from creating adversities of the proportions we have never imagined, has also created an opportunity where technology today is no longer a luxury, it's a necessity. Hardly 6-7 months back when we started our home learning initiative, where e-learning was part of the larger basket of activities, there were critics and commentators, cynics, who were pretending to be child right activists and so-called educationalists, who were questioning the very logic of technology-enabled e-learning, distant learning. How beneficial it will be, what would be the adverse consequences of dependency on, say, device dependency as well as connectivity dependency. The issues of disparity, where a large section of students do not have access to devices and connectivity. These were the debates that was in the larger ecosystem of now today. It's no longer whether we should do it or whether it is harmful or useful. Today, I think we have shifted to how we can do it better. I mean, how we can ensure that if at all a section of the society is left out, no longer are we saying that we should not do it because a section of it is left. We are only discussing how that section also can be brought into the mainstream. When hardly 6 months back, we were debating whether, since a section of the population do not have access, we should not at all adopt device or connectivity driven technology based education. And today we have come a long way from it in the last 6 to 8 months. I would, in a very ironical way, say that what technology couldn't achieve in 2 decades, COVID has achieved in last 10 months. So today it's all about the last mile, the reaching out to the unreached. So I think there are multiple ways in which digital infrastructure has to be scaled up to ensure that last mile connectivity, and Gujarat is moving very fast in that direction.
Absolutely, sir. So, in terms of adopting digital technology, some of the pillars that we have found out very clearly is first is how do you improve connectivity in schools and universities. Then, in that, have access devices that are connected so that both teachers and students can have a blended learning environment. And teacher training becomes very important because in this new environment, it's important for teachers to be comfortable. And the third pillar is content. So, Dr. Rao, we'd like you to talk about what Gujarat is thinking across each of these pillars. Of course, there's been an announcement on the Gujarat Education Technologies Limited as well. We'd want to know more about what's planned as part of that.
So, as far as connectivity is concerned, we have done extensive mapping of the entire state. We have identified schools where there are no means of at the moment, technology doesn't, ensure that connectivity, the last mile connectivity is not achieved, particularly in districts like Dangs, Dahod, Narmada. We have mapped each and every school where we may either have to speak to the various telecom companies, particularly, or we may have to adopt alternative technologies. So, one of the alternative technologies that we are contemplating is what is called Li-Fi technology, light fidelity technology. We have done a pilot in one of the shadow areas, like where there is absolutely no connectivity, such a backward area in a school called Jarwani in Narmada district. It has given us good, at least one pilot has worked very well. Now maybe we will scale it up in the coming days. We are also talking to telecom companies in districts like Dangs, in Navsari, in Tapi, in Kutch. We are trying to ensure that every school gets required bandwidth as well as quality of connectivity. We are also in talks with Science and Technology Department. We have the BharatNet project going on. Every gram panchayat is connected by now broadband connectivity. How that further mile from the last mile, that is the mile between the gram panchayat and the nearest school. How can we ensure that connectivity? So all that discussions are going on. So that's about connectivity, and I am sure the way things are happening in this country, in the next 1 to 2 years, connectivity issues will be largely sorted. Second comes the issue of devices. Now, it is indeed a problem that a large section of our students, particularly coming from backward socioeconomic background, do have the challenge of lack of access to devices. So, there are various schemes of state government where we are providing devices to students who are in colleges, universities, etc. Gujarat government every year distributes tablets to the tune of about 2 to 3 lakhs to students who are in higher educational institutions. We have not started it yet in school education, but maybe in a targeted way, maybe in a targeted, limited way, we can start. And state government is seriously contemplating in that direction. I would not commit at this juncture because this is an unending issue. Now, once you get into that, then it becomes mandatory that government has to provide devices. Now, if government provides device, government also have to provide maintenance of that device. Now, for how many years every device will have to be provided again to the student, we don't. But the natural life of a device would be 3 to 5 years. Now, every 5 years, 1 crore children will have to be provided device. Now, that's something which no government should get in, ideally. So, how this issue can be sorted out is something which we will have to work out. Maybe a direct cash benefit we are providing to students for, say, as scholarship, as uniform, maybe similar partial cash transfer can be thought of to support rather than procuring and giving and then ensuring maintenance and warranty period and again providing the replacement when things go wrong. Maybe in the coming days, Government of India will also think in this direction and maybe we will have something concrete happening. Which is, I fully agree that device challenge is a challenge we have to address. But how to address is something which we don't have a ready solution. We will have to find it out. Third is about the content. Once you have the connectivity, once you have devices, then you need content. Now, Diksha is one readily available platform, and our daily access to Diksha has exponentially increased after June, July. All our textbooks are QR coded today, and because of QR coding, for every chapter, for every learning content, we have QR coding, and any student can, once he accesses the QR code using his device, then an entire basket of choice is available, not just one or two limited choice, but whatever is there in the public domain, the student is able to access it to a large extent. We have also undertaken so many YouTube-based initiatives, the Gyan Shala initiative. We have millions of followers now. Today we are initiating a new, opening a new company by the name Gujarat Education Technologies Limited, as you mentioned. The idea is what is today one of the biggest sunrise sectors where the growth of business of private stakeholders is exponentially increasing. People have made billions of dollars out of this is EdTech, education technology initiatives.
Yes.
Now, many of these companies, education technology companies whose revenue come from students studying in schools, these companies are today sponsoring Indian cricket team, sponsoring big celebrities. The space which was occupied by the biggest private sector companies in the country are today occupied by some of these education technology companies.
Yes.
It's something which a country like India, I think it is a ugly scenario. It's a scenario which exposes the lack of regulatory framework. Somebody who should be charged X rupee, that child is charged 50x or 100x, and that money is channelized for funding cricket teams and Hollywood celebrities and Bollywood celebrities. Now, this is a serious resource drain from our education system. GET will try to ensure that what should be made available at say 2000 rupees per year should be made available only at 2000 rupees per year and not for 60,000 rupees a year. And whatever revenue that is generated out of that, even by providing learning content to a student in private schools at 2000 or 3000 rupees per annum, even with that, we will be able to generate hundreds of crores of revenue every year as surplus. That will go into cross-subsidizing students in government schools. They will get it absolutely free of cost. But maybe part of that revenue will go into subsidizing devices for students. That's something which once the revenue start coming, we may then deploy it back into. We will also have to sit with, say, tribal department, social justice and empowerment department, the women and child development department, and their targeted stakeholders can be provided devices and other assistance through in the coming months. So this in terms of connectivity, device and learning content, we are working in this direction, and I am sure Gujarat initiatives will prove to be something which other states can replicate.
Absolutely, sir. We are very confident that this would definitely happen in Gujarat. Sir, with the intent from a teacher training perspective or teacher skilling perspective, are there any special programs that have been enabled for teachers?
Yeah, in the last 1 year, whatever teachers training program has been undertaken is entirely IT enabled. In fact, we have moved a few months earlier also in this direction, and almost all our teachers are linked with each other through various platforms, social media platforms as well as technology enabled platforms. So whatever we had done, say prior to COVID, has helped us during COVID, and it was something teachers were already familiar with. It was nothing absolutely new to them. Now, I would increasingly believe that once a teacher gets into a job, then to pull the teacher out from a school to take her to a centralized location in district place or state headquarters, make her stay in a place for say 7 to 10 days and undergo certain specific training modules is something that cannot be done at scale.
Yes.
If I had say 100 teachers or 200 teachers across the whole state, I would still be struggling to do it. But when I have 2 lakh teachers, I don't know how we would even imagine doing it. But that was how we were envisaging training till date. Now, gone are those days when you require hostel facility, residential training facility. You will pull out teachers from schools, and that will have adverse impact in learning in schools. So these days are over. Now teachers will necessarily have to adopt technology enabled. GCRTs will have to adopt it. Any training institutions who focus on mid career or during concurrent training during the course of their career will all have to move towards technology based training programs. The mere fact that today's conference we are doing through a video call itself is an example that we can effectively communicate. We can effectively convey whatever we have to convey at whatever scale to whichever people sitting anywhere in the world through the medium of technology. So one doesn't have to now organize physical conferences, workshops, and training programs. Things are much more efficient and effective through technology. So I believe using technology for teachers training will make teachers training more scaled up. At the most, GCRTs could do a few hundreds of training every year. Now you can ensure that maybe 100,000 teachers can be trained in a given year. They
Yes.
can go through various sequenced training modules. And we have already done it using IIM Ahmedabad. We have developed a IT-based training platform where I think by now more than 1.5 lakh teachers have already enrolled and got basic level of training. So teachers training, again, technology is the way forward, and that will necessarily improve efficiency, effectiveness, and scaling up will become possible.
Thank you, sir. So my final question is more about that in the vision on the education, Gujarat education technologies. How do you plan to have like a level playing field for all students, across the state? So in terms of how do you deliver an edtech solution, how do you price an edtech solution, and then deliver it at scale so there's a level playing field for everyone?
So Gujarat Education Technology Limited will be the nodal agency for all technology-driven edtech companies in every education technology company coming to working in Gujarat. This will be the single nodal agency. Number one. Number two, every school which is affiliated with the state board, we would want them to adopt GET as their, just like we have NCERT textbooks made mandatory. And anybody who wants to have any other textbook may use it as reference material, but they cannot force it on their children. Yes. Similarly, GET will be the single education technology-based education learning platform for everyone. Now, anybody who wants to adopt any other, subscribe to any other edtech company may do it, but not as a rule, but as a reference, and they can't compel the students. And even at what terms and conditions they engage, GET may have a role in that also as a regulator. That as it evolves, it will perform this as it evolves. Like I would not say from day one it will do that role, but it has been provided for in our government resolution. Number three, we will develop content or purchase or procure content. And to ensure that it will be acceptable to every single school across the spectrum of schools, we are having a learning content approval team in which, apart from our GCRT appointees, we will also have large number of teachers and administrators from private schools. So every subject, every grade, we will have a team which will vet it, approve it, so that tomorrow nobody can complain that the learning content is not up to their expectation. So that self-finance schools association will be actively involved in ensuring that the best of learning content is made available. So if you have to benchmark with the best in the private sector, I mean, these schools which are already adopting learning content from other private companies have already they do have a benchmarking. So we can always ensure that whatever is as per their expectation, we can get our GET to either develop on its own or ensure that the best is made available through procuring or various means of doing it. So in terms of quality content, we will ensure that the best quality is made available. As far as costing of that is concerned, we will charge whatever is bare minimum required to be charged. So when I gave an indicative rate, like instead of say what they were paying at the moment, maybe 35,000, 40,000 a year, They may have to pay, the same student today will now hereafter may have to pay only 1,500, maybe 2,000 or 2,500 per annum. So, which means it's about 1/20th, 1/10th to 1/20th of the cost. We will ensure that this is scaled up because it's more or less mandatory. It's more or less now over a period of next 2 to 3 years. We believe every single school will join our platform. So millions of students, our total students in private schools total about 4 million. So even if 50% of them go for this, say 2 million students, and an average cost of say 2,500 per annum is charged, including value-added services and other services. So I think 500 crores of revenue a year. I will be able to provide the content free of cost to about 5 to 7 million students in government sector. So about 10 million students plus more than 10 million students will be, it will be made available. How many will access it depends on your proactive initiative to access it. But it will be made available to more than 10 million students. And that surplus revenue that is generated, maybe 400 to 450 crores a year, that will entirely go into developing IT infrastructure in schools and perhaps taking it forward from schools to students, providing devices and other, maybe cross-subsidizing the whole availability of devices. So GET can help in ensuring that resource does not drain out of education ecosystem, and the precious revenue generated from our students in India is not used for sponsoring cricket teams and Bollywood celebrities.
Absolutely, sir. So, sir, then again, I said the final question the last time, but I do have another question. What's the role of, sir, schools of excellence in this new ecosystem, which is completely digitally powered?
Schools of Excellence mission is an ambitious mission which has been rolled out by the state government in partnership with the World Bank, and the World Bank is about to take it to the final stage of approval in the coming few weeks. The idea is Gujarat has 40,000 schools, government schools, including primary, secondary, higher secondary, government and grant in aid schools. So 40,000 schools and about 7 million students are there in the government system. Beyond that, we have another 15,000 private schools and 4 million students. Grade 1 to 12. So in the entire K-12 system. We have found that about 40 to 45% of students are studying in the top 20% of schools. So in primary section, say about 6,000 schools have about 22.5 lakh students out of total 50 lakh students in 1 to 8. Now, if you strengthen only these 6,000 schools, instead of spreading the resources thin and distracting our attention and trying to focus on 33,500 as a unit, if we just take those top 6,000 schools and strengthen them with every possible infrastructure, digital infrastructure, manpower, intensive monitoring, assessments, accreditation, and various host of, maybe we can have a separate pedagogy for them, we can have separate learning content for them. Maybe somebody who wants English as a medium of instruction can adopt English in certain schools where there is larger acceptability and demand. So if through various interventions we try to strengthen these 6,000 schools, automatically 22.5 will become 25, maybe even 30 lakhs, which means today these 20% schools may have 45% students. It will become 50% students and maybe 55% students. And The whole idea is to make impactful change, go for those biggest schools in the street. Again, ensure that the spread is so that every cluster gets at least one school. And in over a period of time, we will address what is today one of the biggest obstacles in ensuring learning outcomes, grade appropriate learning outcomes. One of the biggest obstacles in achieving grade appropriate learning outcomes is that about 30% of schools across the country are manned by one or two teachers only. That's because they are too tiny schools. And unless we do school consolidation and ensure that every grade has one dedicated teacher and every grade has one dedicated classroom, without ensuring this, we cannot improve grade appropriate, improve learning outcomes and take it to the grade appropriate level. Now, there are two ways of ensuring school consolidation. One is by closing down these tiny schools and pushing the children to the neighboring bigger schools, providing transportation and various other means to ensure that access is not denied and children are not put to inconvenience, or rather they are put to minimum inconvenience. Second way of doing it is what we are trying through schools of excellence. Instead of doing the push pressure by closing down the smaller schools, create at least one school of excellence in every cluster and create that pull pressure instead of push pressure. So any parent or student who wants excellent quality of education may be willing to travel that extra few, not necessarily even kilometers, extra few minutes of walking or extra few minutes of traveling by a jeep or a two-wheeler. So even a cluster today in a state like Gujarat, the biggest school of a cluster would not be more than 5 to 10 minutes of, say, four-wheeler or two-wheeler travel from whichever nearest small school the child is studying. So these schools of excellence will ensure that we do teacher rationalization also. We do consolidation of schools. In the new education policy also, creating school complexes and pooling of resources so that optimum outcomes are achieved is a focus area. And therefore, one of the components of the schools of excellence is digital infrastructure. So these identified 6,000 schools will have 100% of them will have computer labs, STEM labs. Possibly every classroom will be smart classroom.
Okay.
We will equip the teachers with devices, connectivity, and create an atmosphere of effective, smart learning. So I think through this process, we will make impactful intervention. Intervention will be impactful because just by focusing on 6,000 schools, we will reach out to more than 50% of students.
Absolutely, sir. Thank you so much. A bold vision. And as usual, we are looking at Gujarat to lead the way for India in terms of education and digital transformation. Thank you so much for your time today.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
And now to the final panelist of the infrastructure play. I have with me Mr. Bala Iyer, Vice President, Reliance Jio, and Mr. Amit Doshi, Chief Marketing Officer, Lenovo India. There has been a lot that has happened in our life and, of course, in the education space in the last 10 months. There have been countries in the Asia-Pacific region, like Japan, who have rolled out mega infrastructure projects around education, popularly known as the Giga Rollout. And what we've also seen in the Asia-Pacific region is, whether it's Indonesia or Singapore or Malaysia, all of these countries are looking at ways to support this online or blended learning trends that have come in as a result of the COVID pandemic. We have also seen similar trends in India, We know that we have a large smartphone penetration. However, when we talk or think about the kind of infrastructure that we have in our schools, a lot needs to be done. So we will focus on particularly what we need to focus on from an infrastructure development in school to support the blended learning models that we are expected to see in 2021 and beyond. So I start with you, Mr. Bala. What are the major trends that you have seen with respect to online blended learning in the last 10 odd months? And what have you been specifically thinking about from an education opportunity?
Thank you very much, Bani. One of the first things that we have been seeing is that there is a greater acceptance of the learning which is happening on a digital platform, both from the parent ecosystem, the teacher ecosystem, as well as the content and the assessment platform people. So on one side, you have the schools, colleges environment, which is sending out a lot of these education content. So however ill-prepared India and the education system may have been, we are not so bad, but we were, despite all that, I mean, I don't think every school or every state board education was really prepared, but we somehow scrambled and we made that happen. The parents, I must say, were the ones which actually stood up to it, because obviously they were also working from home. And the only way they could actually get a quiet corner by sending their kids away with a laptop or a smartphone was to make sure that education was happening on that platform. They couldn't be always playing games or watching movies or whatnot. Entertainment was okay, valid for a point, but then education started happening. And when it started happening in a formal way, both in the form of learning on interactive platforms as well as recorded platforms, it started getting acceptance from the parents. And the very fact that parents could actually now start actually getting a visibility into the way teachers were teaching, sometimes almost being a second teacher in the same classroom, it was partly irritating for a lot of teachers, but at the same time, it got accepted. The third, of course, was the very teachers themselves, for that matter. For those people who were quite insecure about letting go of their knowledge which used to be in their heads, and now today they are being told that, okay, why don't you just record all this content, put it out over there, let children learn. And then they're used to actually coming back again the next year on the same day, same class, repeating the same lecture over and over again and pocketing the money. Now suddenly they realize that they could actually put out content over there which the child can learn by himself. You don't need to regurgitate the same information. Instead, be prepared for a better quality classroom tomorrow. That suddenly raised the bar in terms of what was about to happen in the classes.
So what I'm hearing from you is that there was a lot of change and shift in terms of mindset, where connected classrooms or online learning was accepted. But we still, haven't really at an India level really figured out what kind of infrastructure investments would we need to sustain this kind of blended learning model. So we do hear that, we also want to bring connectivity into our schools and colleges. But, we still obviously need to have a plan. So is there anything that you're thinking in terms of, how can we address this infrastructure gap which exists in terms of connectivity at the school level?
So from a connectivity point of view, while schools, compared to schools, of course, colleges are better connected. But of course, the schools are now waking up to it. And in fact, they are waking up much faster than actually colleges have been. So it's kind of a hare and tortoise game which is going on out there in terms of, who's going to get there fastest. Partly it's also because the way the entire education infrastructure team is the governments, both at the state level as well as in the center, is actually being able to support it. And once they get that endorsement, then they're kind of, okay, the teacher has said so, so therefore same model follows all the way down, and people are willing to adopt it. So whether it is in the form of connectivity, whether it is in the form of device ecosystem, that whole infrastructure game is definitely maturing. People are realizing that it is no longer required to have these fancy stuff in all these places. In fact, just today we were in a conversation with IIT, which has been producing some content, IIT Chennai, producing all the Swayam Prabha and all of those NPTEL contents. They were also saying the same thing. They were saying, listen, our contents may not look like a Netflix video or any of that kind of content in terms of packaging. But the fact is that in terms of the quality of content, globally, children have been listening to our content and they were very happy to rattle off numbers like almost a few crores of children who have actually been learning from their platform and the content because and obviously the fact that okay from the rest of the country there are so many colleges which actually recognize the content which is there and allow that to be those credits to be carried forward. So we may not have a fantastic let's say a bandwidth connectivity or gigabytes or whatever you call it as the backend platform, but the fact is that the infrastructure here also means that if a child decides to go to an NPTEL or to go to a particular school board, NIOS, let's say for example, or an IGNU or any of them, and actually starts learning from any one of them, chances are it is getting accepted by the parent ecosystem or by the government ecosystem so that that degree is held valid for him to go on further. The moment we can get that overall ecosystem ready in place, I believe that then it is only a matter of digitally making sure that we further enhance it by providing both bandwidth as well as device ecosystem in each of these learning environments.
Okay, so I come to you, Amit. In terms, we were just, in fact, talking about how, from an overall perspective, a lot of countries in Asia Pacific have now started to invest not only in providing connectivity at the school and college level, but also have a very solid device plan. Giga in Japan is one such example. Indonesia, Malaysia are also on a similar path. What are these mega trends that you are seeing from your side? And the second part of that question is, how do you, what are the programs that you have in mind for India specifically that can support the same in terms of infrastructure development?
Okay, yeah. So I think, Bani, if I got your question, you asked, there were a couple of things you spoke about. First was, what is our learning from large scale programs of the kind that you mentioned, and what is, how is Lenovo looking at those kind of programs and building infrastructure for education in the market, right? I hope I've got both of them right. Now,
yes. So basically, what are the major trends that you have seen? No, go ahead. Sorry, I think there's a lag. Go ahead, Amit.
No, go ahead. You go ahead.
Basically, I wanted you to allude to a few trends that you have seen in the last, 10 months, and what have you observed on online learning and digital learning that's happening in India. And then the second part of the question was Lenovo's plan specifically to address this infrastructure gap that we have in India.
Okay, got that. Very clear. And okay, so see, there are I think a few things that we need to keep in mind, and as this whole pandemic period evolved, we've all kind of learned as we've experienced the changes around us. And as we find, so in the initial period of the pandemic, it was very clear that people were not, everyone was trying to figure out, how is schooling going to happen, all of that. And once it settled in, it was very clear that this was going to stay, and therefore everyone started to respond. The educators, the institutions, the students, and everyone responded in the manner that they knew best at that point in time. So from an infrastructure standpoint, if I look at the parents and the students, the best thing that they could have done at that point in time is to find the smartphone that was around, or a laptop that was at home, that was always shared, and people just kind of got together around it. And we saw 2-3 things emerge. One is that there is such a large part of India that doesn't even have access to smartphones. Parents may have access to smartphones, but are they exclusively available to kids to do classes? No. Data connectivity in in many cases is such a major problem. So there are two Indias, as we all know. One India is facing this crunch of access to basic connectivity. When it then comes to, let's say, the more relatively more privileged part of the country, where either there is some computing device at home or they can afford to buy a new computing device. And of course, the category saw a huge acceleration in this period on back of learn from home. We realized that it's not as simple as infrastructure. So first is this whole move towards having one PC per child, or having this one high quality computing device per person, which wasn't the norm earlier. That is seeing that's one massive mega trend. The second is the second trend is really about the interaction between educator and the child, and the dynamics that have emerged. Our children are in front of their screens, but are they engaged? Children are in front of their screens, but are they really learning? Are learning outcomes going to happen? And finally, what does it mean for someone to be in a home setting and to learn without the social fabric, without the social infrastructure that a school provides? So I think we've kind of crossed the first hurdle, where it's very clear to people that you need a laptop if you need to do schooling well. You cannot do with a small screen. You cannot do with mid-size screen. You need a full experience, and therefore that the relevance of the category has come into play. Everyone's trying to own one, at least the portion of the market, the portion of the country that can afford to buy one. And the second is this whole thing around engagement, and that's what again we're focused on as Lenovo. Coming to what we're focused on, when this whole new trend started, our focus was to ensure that we get laptops to kids and to parents as and when they needed it, because for a large part of the year, of the last year, it was in lockdown. It was not easy to get to stores. Deliveries were not happening from e-commerce platforms in the most seamless way possible. A lot of people did not know what to buy. So it was really about supporting them. And as we now move towards the next stage, we're really focused on bringing on solutions, on software. And this is a new one for Lenovo, because as we move from being just a hardware or a devices player to an end-to-end solutions player. So we're bringing in not just software and solutions which will work along with hardware and devices, which will help kids stay more engaged, have the right posture, maintain good digital screen health. But on the other hand, also have software and solutions which can help kids and educators connect much better for better engagement and learning outcomes.
Absolutely. So what I hear you say is that along with the kind of connectivity and device infrastructure that we're talking about, we do need to think about what is the entire value chain in terms of education, whether it's on the content side or, how do you deliver it as a solution. I would also add another angle, which is the price sensitivity. In the market, like we obviously have to think through these solutions. So I'll request both of you to talk a bit about, and we can start with Bala, on how do you visualize this entire solutioning to happen, not only for students that are at home and studying in private schools, but also how do we actually reach the last child in the public school system as well?
So currently, despite all the noise that is being currently made about digital connectivity and children learning, using all kinds of random devices and all that stuff, I don't think as a country we have kind of reached that level of maturity where we really know that the average child down the road actually has an access device with which he can sincerely learn.
Yeah.
And I think I agree with what Amit just said in terms of the availability of a device where a child is able to learn of certain quality. I don't think we have a minimum threshold level at which we can turn around and say, listen, I actually can even turn around and say one laptop for every 5 children or 10 children in a village school at least would have been a great starter, but I don't think we've reached there.
Yeah.
So when you talk about those gigabyte models, today we are actually saying that even if I were to get an under the mango tree kind of a model, where I can have some 10 children who can actually sit down And because see, we have so many other problems as well. We may not even have a proper classroom to call it as a starting point. We have power supply issues. We have so many other issues which are to deal with. So we are not yet ready to reach there. But the fact is that I can also say with the same breath, chances are we leapfrog all of this and directly reach out to the spot where somebody has already aspired to be, or some of the developing countries want to be, and actually be able to make sure that, okay, whether it is in terms of being able to provide that kind of a product. So maybe I actually make sure that I give you a product which is easily accessible for the child. So almost like buying a writing instrument, the child should actually have a device which is understood. I mean, he doesn't have to think too much about it. So if a 10th standard child is so told that, okay, with a 500 rupee EMI, he can actually buy a laptop, chances are he'll not find it too much out of reach. But today, if people are having to sell their bridal jewelry to actually buy a laptop to survive in a college or a school, then there is a problem. We're talking about the village level audience that you're referring to, because 60 to 70% of those children who are being left behind. This year, the number of children who are not going to be happy about writing academic exams and actually competitive exams also, partly because they feel that it has been an unjust situation. We never got a chance to study. Like some of my country, cousins in the city was able to give enough. So that level playing field has not happened, and this time it has kind of changed that playing ground a lot. I mean, many of them who have not been able to study the way the rest of them have been. So people, some of them are laughing away to the bank. Some of them are actually, feeling completely left out. They don't mind actually taking an extra year because they're hoping that they can actually cope up and study better. So this is from a last mile connectivity point of view.
Yeah, so what I'm also hearing from you is that probably India needs different types of solutions for where there is connectivity, where the student has been able to access some amount of quality content, and there is learning happening, whether it's in our large cities or tier 2 cities or metros and mini metros. That strategy would probably be different from the strategy where we are still to go in terms of internet connectivity, and that solution will probably also be different. So I'm going to go over to you, Amit, in terms of what Lenovo is thinking in terms of servicing different aspects of India or different aspects of Indian learners. What have you in pipe to actually provide to the Indian users?
So, Bani, there are two dimensions to your question, really. One is about, as Bala said, access to devices and access to basic infrastructure. The second is around how do you help the ecosystem get acquainted with this new way of working and new way of learning. If you step aside and go to rural parts of the country, does the whole ecosystem understand how to operate in this new environment, even if the infrastructure was accessible? Let me take both the parts. The first part, which is about devices, we are looking at multiple ways of doing it. One is, of course, hygiene stuff like simple things like EMIs, affordability plans, which can help people own these laptops. The second is helping more accessible devices through building a refurbished ecosystem. The third is tablets. Tablets can come across as a big savior right now because tablets is far more affordable than let's say a laptop would be. A large screen, a 10-inch screen, and we're also bringing in tablets which can get bundled with keyboards, have basic 4G connectivity. So it is a much superior experience than actually a lower quality smartphone. And we've therefore seen a huge acceleration in tablets as well. So we feel that tablets can play a strategic role in making sure that device penetration improves. So that's what we're doing on making sure that we're able to bridge the device ecosystem. When it comes to what are we doing in terms of helping the software aspects of things, quite a few things, and again, these are not related just to business or our commercial objectives, but also what we would like to do as a responsible citizen in the country. So, for example, when lockdown started, and a lot of school children, by the way, India anyways has a shortage, a huge shortage of teachers. India has a shortage of almost 1 million teachers. And when the lockdown happened, the parts that were underprivileged got even badly hit, they were worse hit than rest of the compared to the rest of the other parts of the country. So we started this initiative called Smarter Ed, where you and I can volunteer as teachers, and we can take some time out from our schedules and teach someone who needs help. And that saw a tremendous response, and thousands of people just like us volunteer to teach a kid somewhere else in the country. We have a couple of deep NGO partnerships with, let's say, people like let me give you an example of this NGO called Meghshala, who does tremendous work.
Yeah.
Meghshala does teacher training, and through Meghshala, we've actually reached out to people in Far Eastern states like Meghshala, Meghalaya. They also have footprint in the south in places like Karnataka, and through them, we've actually been able to impact more than 200,000 students and 7,000 plus teachers who we were able to train through an app that Meghshala uses. So that's just one example. We have other relationships with foundations like the Agastya Foundation. So we are doing our own bits in addition to the business of selling and making sure that our products are accessible to everyone, to see how we can also help the ecosystem around us.
Absolutely. So I'm now going to come to one of the important aspects of, the digital transformation in education as we see it. We've spoken about connectivity. We've spoken about, how do we actually reduce the access gap in terms of device availability at the right price point with, bundled with connectivity. One of the major, areas of focus has to be around content, local language content available, on device, easy to stream over the internet, etc. In terms of your content strategy and how you visualize the blended learning model to be taken forward, I'd love for both of you to talk through that. We'll start with Bala.
So there have been two parts of it. As it is from a content production point of view, if you look at it, I mean, the digital content availability itself is being a question mark. The other is, if you look at it, if you look around the country, 29 states that we have, each of them producing content in their own form and format and in the language that they prefer to use. A child who's, let's say, for example, if there's a teacher in Maharashtra who's produced content in Marathi, that content is almost of little value to somebody who's learning in Bengal. But the best part is, actually to go back to what Amit said, if I have a teacher shortage, the teacher shortage problem could have actually been solved if these teachers decide to come together and say, hey, listen, I mean, I will teach in a language and I will use artificial intelligence or some such platform by which, if that is available, I'm not saying it is available overnight, but if there is a method by which we could put it through a pipeline, and whatever we are speaking, let's say if I'm teaching in English or in Tamil or Malayalam or Urdu, doesn't matter, but I can actually throw it out in 29 languages, chances are our kids would have been better off. Or at least he or she could actually choose to do so. Or forget about using artificial intelligence. Even if there was an opportunity by which we decided that we will actually get one teacher in each of the languages who will actually make sure all of this content is available. And guess what? Like every other problem, we had our Prime Minister who had to solve that problem for us. NCRT had one single channel which they were launching across the country and with 1 hour for every single classroom. That was changed during this COVID period. And it got converted into what is now being launched called as the Prime Minister E-Vidya program, under which one dedicated channel for education has been launched for every single classroom, which means class 1 to class 12 different channels had to be done. We needed a Prime Minister to tell NCRT that this is the way we have to go forward. Now, the fact is that despite all of this, guess what? We've gone and done everything in English all over again, and English and Hindi, let's say. Now we wanted to bring it in, let's say, Tamil. Now there is going to be another exercise and another one and so on and so forth. Has every single state decided to do the same? No. Somebody is like Haryana has said that no, I will do a primary, I will do a secondary, and I'll do a middle school. Somebody in Maharashtra said that no, I will do an 8th to 10th is my classification. I will do a 3rd to 5th is my classification, and so on. And so forth. Each one has done their own thing. So again, you've ended up creating a bit of a haphazardness, which possibly could again create a problem for us as we go forward and try to create a symmetry. So why there are things like NEP and all of that to guide us. When you rightly pointed out, this is one of the very, very important points for our country because language has been as much as a unifying factor, it is also a diversifying factor. And we have to make sure that our children can actually. So I keep saying this, that a child sitting in Arunachal Pradesh should be able to learn in Malayalam if he wants to, or in Sanskrit for that matter. And when you go further, there is one more area with Bani, if you permit me, I'd like to add. Is to say that in the education system that we talk about, we typically end up speaking about the K-12 content or the higher education content, all of that stuff, which is recognized by the schools and the colleges and so on. In parallel, we have, like, for example, you have the NIOS, you have IGNO, you have the entire Vedic schools for that matter. I mean, in India, there is so much of Sanskrit education. There is people who are learning for so many other forms of learning. Now, the skill development sector, for example, the NSDC that you and I have been working on, all of these people are there. There's so much of that kind of content, but that doesn't get spoken about. That doesn't get the kind of recognition and the investment that we're doing in the other. And actually, when we make it simple and we make it easy for others to participate in some of these areas, it would be easy, especially when it comes from a language context. So all of these are important for us. We want to make sure that one, the languages that are available are able to cater to all of these segments. The second is that, yes, it is appreciated by all of this. I want to go back to Amit one last time on this. You know, he talked about the shortages of teachers. Actually, if you come to think of it, there are millions of housewives who can actually spare an hour or two. But I don't think we recognize that. We believe that they are good for nothing, and that's why. We believe that the people who are retired in the I mean, they may have retired from whatever field of life, but they can teach some stuff. And there are people who can do a good job. I mean, maybe they are not certified what do you call it, B.Ed and whatnots. But the idea is that if you want them to start teaching some of the basic stuff, they could possibly do it and augment the system. But the problem is, this is the problem of plenty. We have so many of these people whom we do not want to use. And there is a bigger problem there, which I'm sure Amit will cover now, in terms of saying that, okay, while I have languages, while I have a shortage of teacher and I have an excessive lot of people who are there who could actually teach, if the tuition teacher model in the country is the reason by which children are actually able to clear all your competitive exams, whether it be the organized sector or the unorganized sector, Super 30s of the world are all coming together. And now in this digital space, there has been so much of opportunity, whether it is because of the connectivity or because these people have now started to come around the fireside space to learn better. It is up to us to now find a way to, now that we are kind of collaborating, how can we make it stronger and richer in terms of both content as well as make sure that the commercial models around this can actually help these children. We have an opportunity. It is up to us to decide what to make of it.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Amit, I come to you for a final word.
Yeah, it's a large, complex challenge, right? It's extremely complex. It is the solution can only happen if multiple sectors come together. The corporate world, the government, the social sector. I don't think one entity or one person or one leader or can solve it by themselves. And by the way, did the problem not exist before? It was always there. It's just that the current situation has exposed it, and it therefore necessitates that we respond to it. And if that's what's going to drive us to invention or reinvention, we got to take this as an opportunity to completely transform the way we built the education model, and we've seen this get challenged. But I'm also quite optimistic. I'm father to an 8-year-old boy, and he's figuring out his life through this. But what has amazed me is how the teachers and the school and the whole ecosystem has adapted themselves to the new reality. And it just goes to show that this place has resilience. The country can adapt, can change, and the amount of innovation again that's happening in the space. We're just, as Lenovo, we're very proud to be a part of this change and to play our small role in it.
Yes. Thank you. Thank you, Amit. Thank you, Bala. Absolutely agree with you. We have a huge opportunity in front of us. I am certain that with all of these great minds coming together, we will be able to find a solution for the largely connected India and a lot larger, part of India that still needs access and connectivity as well as device solutions. Thank you so much for joining us today.
All right. Thank you so much, everyone, for an insightful session. We will now move on to our next session for the day, titled Educators of the New World. The session will highlight how educators are leveraging digital platforms to enhance learning. For this session, please welcome Deepti Swane, CEO and founder, Mahatattva; Dr. Arunabh Singh, Director of Nehru World School; RCM Reddy, MD and CEO of SchoolNet India Limited; and Stuart Miller, Head of Marketing, Google for Education, APAC. To moderate the session, please welcome Siddharth Dubey, Professor, Ashok University. Over to you, Siddharth.
Well, thank you very much. And guys, thank you so much for joining us. Thank you, Indian Express. I've been teaching for a full 1 year now from my drawing room, and I'm going stir crazy. So are my students. They're all over India, all over the world. Ashoka is a pretty big global community as well, and we're dying to get back to campus. But there's a big question mark over that. So we're not sure when's that going to happen. I have a bunch of questions, but I see there are quite a few people on the chat. So please hit me with questions, and I'll try very hard to get to your questions. Thanks again. Arunabh, I wanted to start with you. On June 15th last year, you told the Indian Express newspaper technology won't replace teachers, but teachers who use technology effectively may replace those who don't. Talk a little bit more about that, and how do you feel 8 to 9 months later?
Right, thank you for that brilliant question, Siddharth. In fact, Google reminded me that I had said the same thing in 2016 as well. And I feel post the pandemic, I couldn't have been more sure about that, because the way technology has empowered teachers to stay connected with their students, and not just with their own students, but with students that otherwise would not have had access. Like, there's something that we've done at Nehru World School. Students whose schools were shut and were not able to offer online education, we were able to onboard them as well from different states of the country. So the writing is very clearly on the wall. If you use technology, you can amplify what you want to share with the world so much better. But that is not to say that technology can replace teachers. I think the teacher brings into the classroom empathy, connect, and this power of sorts to motivate the learner to keep at it. So best of both the worlds would be a teacher who realizes how she can amplify her thought by the use of relevant technology. And there was a teacher I was speaking to last week as the students are starting to come back into offline classes. And she says, well, you know what, I was trying to do this in the class, in the real class, but you see, it is actually easier to do it online, because there you can very easily use collaborative tools. And I was like, oh, wow, nobody would have thought a secondary school teacher teaching social studies would actually say this one day, that I'm happier to teach this particular concept online because I'm able to get my kids to collaborate easier. So I think I stand sort of validated, if I could say that. It has been true.
Actually, this collaboration business, you're absolutely right. Last semester, I taught long form journalism, and I got folks from New York to collaborate, from the UK, all over India, when in real life they would have to come to campus, which really can't from New York. But they were able to. Obviously, they stayed up all night to engage in my class. I wanted to stay with technology and move to Tokyo, where Stuart Miller from Google Education is joining us. Stuart, Google, of course, has had an enormous role in education, continues to have around the world. In India specifically, how has that role transformed in the past 12 months since COVID?
Yes, thank you, Professor. I hope you can hear me okay. And greetings to everyone. It's an honor to be on a panel with such distinguished friends. To the question, I think our mission as Google, as a company, is to really help everyone in the world learn anything in the world. And this mission became even more relevant when COVID-19 led to school closures and disrupted the continuity of education for more than 320 million students in India. So last year globally, we saw active usage of Google Classroom, which is our core kind of learning platform, jump from 40 million users to 150 million users globally just in 1 year. And most of that growth coming right here in the Asia region, with India leading the way, more users than any other country in the region now. We know that transition to using digital tools is not easy. And so to try to help make it easier, we launched something called Teach from Anywhere, which is an online hub of videos and tips and ideas to help folks. And we launched that in English as well as 8 Indian languages as well to help teachers. And that's helped, I think, over 900,000 users get started with remote teaching. We also partner very closely with state governments and KVs and CBSE to do a lot of hands-on training for, I think we've reached over 500,000 teachers through that training as well. So while the need, I think the crux of your question, while the need of those solutions has risen, and we've committed more resources to meeting that need, especially in India, our role as a company and as Google for Education hasn't really changed. We're still committed to working towards a future where all teachers have access to the tools they need and all students have access to a quality education that they deserve.
Thanks. Deepthi, how have you and your colleagues gone about advising new schools, your clients, to adapt, include online learning into their curriculums and infrastructure?
Hello, everyone. Pleasure to be part of this esteemed panel. So we are a transformational company, and we are about 3 years old. And from the very beginning, we have been focusing on skills. So when you talk about skills and you let go of the content, which is going to get redundant anyway, it just leverages the learning in a very different sort of a space. So as a company, what we were able to do is we could work with schools pan-India on developing skills, something like student agency, and Arunabh spoke about empathy. Now, each child knows what happens if you are sitting at home and you can't connect with the people around you. So if there's a avalanche somewhere or a landslide somewhere, our children now empathize with that situation. How it is to cut off from the entire world and be on your own and be isolated. So working on skills, which we were researching on how to get that into the classroom. So we've been able to do that very beautifully. And just to give a number, I'm also a Google trainer. So, in the first month, we had more than 5,000 teachers trained, whether they were in schools, or they were which we were working with, or they were not. So being from the army background, I made sure that the colleagues who called out for support as to how do we get onto Google, how do we get onto a platform where we can speak to the children, leverage their thinking. So that was something which was very phenomenal for us. So first, if you really look at it, the whole community came together, and this was a global phenomenon. So it was not only in India, but all over the world. The teachers thought it was their life's mission to keep the child at home educated. So almost all of them, vamped up their skills. They went online, and like Arunabh said, got some more schools which did not have teachers who were trained. So you got them involved as well. So there was this interview by a Harvard professor who said, this was the first time that this pandemic actually got education as a priority rather than health. So 1.38 billion people went offline, students went offline, and everybody was thinking about how do we leverage this situation for education. So we were able to do that in our own little way.
Connectivity, DP is a huge issue. I remember last semester I had one student from Jammu and Kashmir, and it's only recently, this week, that they've got proper internet connectivity back in that former state. That fellow had to send me his assignments on SMS. And I obviously accepted them, but you know what I'm saying? It's a huge issue. And then I had another student from Uttar Pradesh, from Lucknow itself. She also had a problem with connectivity. Mr. Reddy, I wanted to come to you, and I see there's already a question on our chat group, which I'll throw open to everyone. But I do have a specific question for you, Mr. Reddy. With all the focus on technology this past year, we're going to stick with this tech theme right now in this panel. What has SchoolNet seen on how rural India has been able to adapt to digital classrooms given the lack of money, broadband, and in many places in the country, lack of infrastructure?
Thank you, Professor. And it's a great privilege to be there on this panel with other colleagues. And Stuart, nice meeting you. We have been working with you guys on Teach from Anywhere, implementing this project in India. Extremely useful. My kudos to you. And I think Professor raised a very, very fundamental point. So my first hypothesis is that the pandemic actually has deepened the digital divide in India. All right. So you have the cities, you have the towns. You talked about, Professor, a student from Lucknow to Delhi.
Yeah.
We operate the students who are in government schools in the farthest places in India, Malkangiri, all right, in Odisha. So HDA parameters, logistics parameters, and internet availability, devices penetration, on every parameter, that particular district, for example, scores the lowest. We provide edtech services to the schools in those districts. Just suppose now that situation, predominantly below poverty line, without access to the internet and devices, without even having basics in terms of school surroundings, people probably have to walk 4 kilometers every day to reach. And then you have the cities like Delhi, Bombay, Hyderabad, and all that. And in these two school systems, how do they cope with the pandemic-induced challenges in terms of keeping learning continued? And if you apply that baseline, surely there is progress. There are a lot of initiatives by the governments through WhatsApp and several innovations that they did in terms of ensuring that even the students in rural areas also continue to learn. But so is the case in the cities. And in addition to the school systems, people have access to digital platforms like Byju's 1, 2, 3, 4. So on a base level, actually this has increased the disparity between the rural and the urban, between the have-nots and haves. Now, what should be the response of the government and the stakeholders? And essentially, it just can't be left to a particular government only to handle this. I think this is where we need to come up with a solutioning strategy. So the reasons are known. I think the research after research that shows the numbers of how the divide is, how disparity exists. Can we come up with a strategy to address this challenge? That's what we need to talk about. In my view, the way to address the rural areas in terms of ensuring that the digital adoption increases in the rural areas, the first is that we need to prepare something called digital education map, I would call it, a strategy for district. So like the way every school has a midday meal, every school has to have some basics in terms of toilet, classrooms, 1, 2, 3, 4. Can we also prescribe the minimum standards that the school shall have to have this basic digital infrastructure? Maybe a device and several devices, several options are there, ranging from Google's Chromebook to 1, 2, 3, 4. Then there should be content, there should be a platform, and above all, there should be a teacher who understands and teaches. All right. Then, of course, the enabling environment in terms of internet access. If you can actually do a mapping and come up with a device like this, a strategy like this, then only we'll be able to leverage this newfound enthusiasm amongst the people at large for digital adoption can be sustained and carried forward. I was in the government before joined SchoolNet, and I was in Indian Administrative Service in the districts as district magistrates. We used to prepare a plan to ensure that every village would have access to potable drinking water. We used to have 3 categories. One is that partially covered, fully covered, not covered. All right. So objective was to take every village to fully covered. And what do you do? Is it piped water supply? Is it tube well? 1, 2, 3, 4 strategies. In 5 years, target, we should ensure that every village becomes fully covered in terms of access to potable drinking water. Can we adopt similar strategy here? And based on certain kind of criterion, identify the districts which are priority and see that they move towards the higher level of adoption capability for digital by addressing all these parameters. I think if we can come up with a district, within district, sub-district strategy, addressing the entire gamut of requirements that will enable the school system to move digital, as I talked about devices, 1, 2, 3, 4 things, that could be the starting point. I think we need to increasingly engage with the policymakers, corporates. I talked about Malkangiri district in Odisha. You know how many corporates operate in Odisha? The mining companies, their CSR agenda. They would be more than happy to support this community in the school, in their vicinity. We have been working with a SchoolNet with about 30 corporates in implementing their CSR agenda for education and skill development. So we can bring in corporates as a part of philanthropy. We can bring in foundations. We can bring in government. You create a coalition of this. I don't know, some of you may be aware, I'm sure, surely amongst the participants, there is something called District Innovation Fund. All right. Every district has something called innovation chaired by district magistrate, and where some of those innovative ideas could be taken. There's something called now aspirational districts, which Niti Aayog is driving. So there are a lot of policy instruments. By leveraging intelligently, we can actually converge these resources, come up with a strategy at district level to create the basic capacity of the school systems to adopt digital. If you ask me, one single agenda which all of us should have is get into action mode, get into this sort of, otherwise this divide is going to increase forever.
I've got a targeted question here from someone on the chat box, from Neeta Aurora. And the question is to Arunabh and Deepthi, but of course, if other folks have an opinion, please answer as well. The question is, has the homeschooling concept that has been catching on been strengthened by online classes? Arunabh, why don't you start, then Deepthi, and if anyone else has a comment, please go ahead.
While I know many people with the name Neeta, but this Neeta is probably the principal of a Venkateshwar International School from Delhi.
Oh, so you know this lady? Okay.
I'm just combining the name and the depth of the question and imagining it to be this one person. And if it is, you know in the chat box if I was right. While I agree with portions of what Mr. Reddy said around the digital divide and how the classes that could afford have found themselves better off in this short term, and this homeschooling and these companies that have come in, they have been able to buy them and sort of carry on with their own learning despite the disruption. If I'm getting the drift of the question right. Yes, I think that has happened. But I also feel that this has presented to us a huge opportunity to democratize education. Because so far, to access education, you had to be in a city, be able to afford a good quality school, and be able to sustain that. But now, with mainstream education coming on the digital format and it being an accepted format of instruction, there is a possibility for a child in a tier 3 town or a child in a village with just bare minimum internet access to actually access the same classroom that a child sitting in Manhattan is able to access. In the long run, this homeschool advantage, I think, has the potential to reach that last mile, which was being discussed in the last panel as well. And yes, we're not really truly ready as a country. Yes, there are challenges with access, but if there is only one thing that is getting cheaper in this country, it is data and is access. And the speed at which we've grown, we are the second largest market in the world now, only behind China. So if we can actually leverage this homeschooling is not going to be a reality only for children in a privileged neighborhood in Delhi, but also in back or beyond. So I personally feel short term, I'm in agreement with Mr. Reddy, but long term, it presents us with an opportunity, a phenomenal opportunity that would have taken us a decade had we not shut down for one year.
Deepthi, before coming to you, I wanted to add my 2 cents because there's another question here about reducing the gap of the digital divide from Firdaus Ansari. And I have this question planned out, but it sort of adds to this whole theme which Neeta had asked and Arunabh has begun to answer. Among the biggest losers, stakeholders since the COVID pandemic have been female students, especially in rural areas in India. They've obviously been forced home because their schools are shut. They've been included in the housework and in many cases married off. So it's a kind of a lost generation. And I wondered if you could, while answering Neeta's question, also speak to that.
It is the same Neeta Arunabh from Delhi, from Dwarka. And she always, in her conversation, gets you to churn your ideas out and make sure she gets her answer. So we'll try and do that. When we talk about homeschooling, just my personal views, I believe that for any case scenario, a blended sort of a learning will work. Because if you look at the reports, there is a 7% completion rate for MOOCs, where you are completely online, you do not have a tutor, and you are doing things on your own. So that's like a very, very minute percentage for completion. I feel that, we should have an environment where you have a asynchronous sort of an environment where you can access your study material. So something like a Google Classroom, where you have everything out there, or a Moodle, or whatever that your school prefers. You should have some face-to-face with a teacher. And this teacher could be, talking to thousands of children together. So it is just that point in time where she's explaining a concept. There should be a breakout room where a few children are working on a project, and there should be a space where a teacher is working with just 2 children. So we need a blended environment which would work very well in a situation like this, where everything is, taken care of, the one-to-one personalizing, group discussions, group work, collaboration, communication. So we need a setup like that. And I think for homeschooling, you also miss out on the social connect, the way you have peers. And I'm sure a lot of you have alumni groups where you relate to whom you relate with. So the social aspect is something that we shouldn't leave out. So this blended learning will actually provide you with that.
I see. I have another question here about responsibility. Arunabh, you've raised your hand?
I did. If you allow me a minute.
Yeah, go ahead, please.
I wanted to specifically address the girl child, and then even within the girl child, the teenager girl child. which is a real challenge that we've had in the country. But, before this discussion, I dug up some data and found out that when we got our first census report, 4.87% of all females in the rural areas were literate, which in the last census was 57.93%, which from the 2001 census was a 24% increase. So this issue has not been a new issue for our country. It has been something that the governments over the years have tried to work on. And we have been able to mainstream more and more girl-child communities across the country. It's interesting that from the last census to this census, while 24% more girls have been found literate, only 8% more boys have been found literate. So girls are certainly going 3 times faster than boys, and I'm kind of happy about that. But I go back to the point I'd made before. It is still going to take us a lot longer to provide that girl child with a high school that is worthy of being attended. And I say that for the infrastructure or the environment that we create, or the skill of the teacher that we're trying to present to this child. So on one hand, if that is why one option, and the other option is equipping this learner with a device that has access to the internet, chances are that I would be able to do the latter in a easier format or quicker than to provide last mile high schools. And this is something that the government seems to have gotten clued on. And while I'm often on the cynic side of government, but the work that they've done in the last 1 year to bring education through an online route or through community radio channels or through television, or even sensitizing their own teachers, even if they were not able to bring in the student into the classroom, state governments have done multiple training sessions with their teachers. So it will take a while for us to see the advantages of that. But in the long run, I'm still quite hopeful that this jolt to our existence would prove to be something valuable in the future.
The perfect segue to the next sort of theme I wanted to talk about and go back to Japan and bring Stuart back into the conversation. Responsibility and government. Most young Indians, school-going Indians, are in government schools all over the country. And it really is up to the government to educate this population. And, given the students' overview of Asia and India, obviously, how do you see the attitude of parents, of companies, of schools towards the government? And the reason I'm asking this is the school system in San Francisco has actually sued the school board in San Francisco for not opening up schools or doing enough, or dropping the ball in regards to the safe opening up of schools in San Francisco and Chicago. They announced yesterday that schools will be opening up at the end of this week, apparently, but in a phased manner. And many teachers are scared to go back to schools in Chicago. So what are you seeing the relationship between schools, school-going community, parents, and the government?
So I would come from the... Sorry.
Actually, I was going to ask Stuart.
Sure, okay.
Oh, sure, no problem, thanks. Let me give some context for Japan. I think it's the market that I've been closest to, and also share some of what I've been able to observe happening in India as well, in terms of the relationship between schools and governments and parents. In Japan, OECD national kind of digitization scores of schools. Japan, surprisingly, we have this image of Japan being a very digitally advanced country. When it comes to education, they are either last or second to last amongst all OECD countries in terms of the use of technology in education. Has been that way for a long time. Very traditional system. And so schools, reluctant, but waiting for the government to tell them what to do. So the government's, they've had programs and ideas that they've tried for decades, but they finally got one that works. You may have heard of the Giga School plan. This was announced a little over a year ago. The government said, okay, no more messing around. We're going all in on digital education. and we're going to provide a fund to get one device per student, all grades, first grade through ninth grade. So the first kind of 10 years of school, children are covered. And they set the very strict guidelines for the players to say the device cannot cost over a certain amount of money. It has to have these types of specifications. You have to pair it with a free online-based learning platform so that you're not getting taken advantage of by all these other players out there in the market. This is taxpayer money, and we want to be responsible with it. We want you to be responsible with it. We want you to use it. That's been a great program, and it's just starting to kick off now. You're going from very, very few devices in the hands of students to millions of students getting their device in their hand for the first time, rolling out this year. But at the same time, the flip side of that is, okay, now schools and parents are a little bit concerned. Are we going too fast? What is my student supposed to do with the device? What is my child supposed to do with the device? So that's where the training, where we're 100% focused right now, is let's make sure you're comfortable as a teacher doing those basic things, getting those basic skills ready, knowing how you can use those tools to engage. And one way of doing that engagement, a great one that we learned from India last year with the school closures in Maharashtra, for example, we partnered with the state government to get Google accounts to everyone throughout the state. And they used that for online learning. They got up to speed on how to use Meet, how to use Classroom, how can we keep the kids engaged while they're at home. And an interesting thing that they learned is students were actually more engaged learning from home than they have been in the classroom. Some teachers saying, like, I'm hearing from some of my students, their ideas, their comments, their questions, especially the girl students, things that I've never heard them say before because they were too shy to speak up in class or they didn't have the opportunity to speak up in class. But now that we've got this platform for communication, they're more comfortable speaking up. They're more comfortable expressing themselves. And I think that's a great kind of byproduct of what has happened. And we hope that when things return to normal, whenever that happens, that type of collaboration and comfort and adjusting to each student's learning styles will stick, we hope.
Mr. Reddy, just to follow on from the theme of training, which Stuart was talking about, how tough is it to train teachers? I mean, students pick up technology, that's easy. I have a 16-year-old and he's smarter than I could ever be in this and in my next life on technology. But how tough is it to train a teacher on how to use something they've really never used before?
Maybe if you asked this question before COVID, I would have said extremely difficult, impossible. All right. But the COVID changed. And the program Stuart was talking about, empowering teachers to use digital tools, we have been associated with that Maharashtra initiative and several of them. It's so heartening to see. It was initially difficult in the sense any change management always takes time. Once they got used to it, depending upon the ease of using the tools, depending upon the kind of response they hear from the students, which Stuart talking about, they were encouraged. Today, and more teachers are willing to enroll themselves to get trained on use of digital tools for teaching from anywhere. I think there is a phenomenal kind of thing. Now, added to this is the initiatives of the state governments. Again, Maharashtra state, since that example came up, state government itself has created a community of digital savvy teachers in the government schools. So it's a very voluntary effort. They collaborate amongst themselves. They keep sharing some of the stuff that they do. And there is actually a phenomenal amount of collaboration amongst them through this network, and which was enabled by use of digital tools. If you ask me, I'm very, very optimistic about the teacher's ability to understand and adapt a digital way of teaching and learning is going to increase in the days to come.
In fact, from my own experience, I think since COVID, I have learned more from my students than I've been imparting to them, especially on technology. Whenever I have a problem, I ask the class, how do we do this? And they say, oh, professor, don't worry, we will handle it. And suddenly 5 breakout rooms appear and they manage it, and I'm learning. Here's a question on our chat box in regards to evaluation and how does online evaluation actually reflect the students' learning? And the other day I had a conversation with a student of mine, and she said, Professor, I don't remember anything from last semester. Extraordinarily bright young lady, who, if you gave her an exam today, she'd probably get a distinction. But she just doesn't remember a standout incident from last semester in any of her classes. And we were talking about that and talking about the absence of being on campus and being in a classroom next to each other, walking in the garden, chatting to professors, etc. What do you think about that, Arunabh? On evaluating online, is that a true reflection?
I think that the question is connected to multiple strands. One being, can technology actually help me? Yes. Answer to that is yes. But I think a deeper connection is to academic integrity. Is half my class attempting to shortchange the assessment system and not be honest with themselves? So we've noticed that when we are doing a diagnostic assessment, and when those marks or those grades don't have any ramification on the final grade, we seem to get a better understanding. But as soon as they're going to now become part of the report card, we see we see grades skewing, and teachers have tried to do different things to reduce the total skewing of those grades. But so far, it's work in progress. So as a community, we need to build honor. And I know amongst building everything else, this will probably take the longest, to build honor, to say, I will report what is truly mine. And I just go back a few years. I remember applying overseas for my master's and not knowing what the word plagiarism meant. I just didn't know the word. And I was graduating from Hindu College, University of Delhi, which is amongst the top art schools in the country. So this is a deeper answer, will take longer. But if you're asking specifically for technology, there are tools that can get you almost there, but we need a lot more academic integrity to get absolutely real results. So as of right now, we probably only have diagnostic information.
The academic, I know I was gonna come to you because I could see you were itching to get into that. So please go ahead.
So just to add to what Arunabh said, absolutely bang on. What we also need to do is, when you're talking about skill sets, the questions need to change as well. Why do you give a question which can be Googled? Why do you give a question which is there in the textbook? So we need to change that perception as well. How do I frame a question which will get the children to think rather than just find it somewhere lying around?
I like this theme. Mr. Reddy, what are your thoughts here?
About online assessments?
Exactly, academic integrity. Where are you getting your information from? For instance, I do not allow my students to use Wikipedia because Wikipedia is inaccurate. I could go into Wikipedia. I don't have a page, but if I did, I could say I was God's gift to mankind, which I ain't. But that whole theme.
No, I think part of the solution is what Deepti talked about, how intelligent, innovative, the whole methodology of assessment itself. All right. I think that's the starting point. If you're able to get the entire framework right in terms of what do you want to assess, how do you want to assess, then technology can only play that kind of role which you want it to play. So if the questions like Deepti gave a simple example of if you are giving a question which can be Googled and answered, all right, is the way. Or can we create a project work? Case in point. Can you create a gamification kind of assessments? I think it all depends on the pedagogical approach, the framework of assessment within which technology could play, online technology could play a role. That is, I think, the crux of the issue. If we're able to get it, which I'm sure, as Dr. Arnab said, we are there, we will be reaching there, Then rest of the things on what to do, mechanics part of it can always be addressed. I think the framework is more important.
Okay, Google's name has been taken up quite a few times, so we need to go back to Stuart and get his thoughts on now, what does Google do? I mean, it's, as I said in the beginning, my first question to you, you guys are actively involved around the world in future of education.
Yeah, and we take that responsibility very, very seriously. And so, we want our goal is still to empower all the educators to have the tools that they need to make them more make their educating more effective and more engaging and more interactive. With regards to assessments, we have tools within classrooms such as originality reports. So whenever someone submits an assignment, say it's an essay or a paper or a project, you can leverage the power of Google search to see if that paper already exists somewhere online. Is it a copy and paste job, or is it actually something original that they've come up with and that they've written? Another nice tool in terms of assessing is you can use Google Forms or even within Google Meet. You can do very quick knowledge checks, very quick surveys, nice pop quizzes, that type of thing, where you can get instantaneously check the understanding and the knowledge of your entire class audience. The results are instantaneous. A lot of teachers spend a lot of time creating tests, printing out tests, distributing tests, grading tests, recording tests, handing them back. It's just so much time. But if you use these online tools, you can save so much time. One example is a school in Japan started using Google Forms for all of their tests, and they found that they were able to save, each teacher on average was able to save 1 hour per day just because of using online tools instead of doing things the old-fashioned way, right? And so with that extra hour, they can make their content more robust. They can spend more time engaging with the students, more time interacting with them, and they can go home earlier. It's a win-win situation for everybody because it's more engaging, you're saving time, and you're making everything more effective. So that's really our goal is let's help you be as powerful as you can as a teacher and as a student. Let's make sure you're able to learn in the way that you like to learn. If you prefer to hear from the teacher, great, go to the classroom. If you prefer to watch a video or read through the textbook or whatever, great, do that. And then when you're ready to submit your assignment, you can do it this way. That's really, I remember the doctor mentioned democratizing education. That's exactly what we have in mind. Let's make it level playing field for everybody so that everybody has that opportunity to learn in the best way that they can.
Here's a question on our chat box from Aitreya. And the question goes, Professor Yashpal, in his report and recommendations on the National Education Policy in 1986, mentioned a lot is taught, but too little is learnt, close quote. So the question is, do you find teachers found good time and ways to this in the times of COVID? Basically, a lot is taught and too little is learnt. In COVID times and post-COVID, can this change? Anyone, please. It's not directed to anyone in particular.
I can try to attempt this in a question format. Yes, there is a lot taught and very little learned sometimes when you don't adapt to the changing format or the platform that you're using. I think as teachers, we also went through that. Initially, teachers tried to use the same lesson plan that they had for offline class in an online class. But like Mr. Reddy said, teachers evolved very fast, and they were able to sort of realize that for the first time, you did not have captive audience. You were not in a classroom with 40 students packed, and they would ask you permission to leave the class. This was a time where they would just log out or just shut their camera and go to Instagram. So we did change our methodology, and I think we've been able to connect more. And Stuart was mentioning something similar as well with students who were not speaking anything are now talking or connecting in the classroom. I want to just take one more big step forward and talk about the new education policy that is upon us now in 2020. And while we still have things to learn or enact from the previous education policy, but I'm seeing that with the new education policy, the government is not leaving this at a policy level. There has been a standards committee formed to say how does this translate from a policy document to a working document that goes to the school leader or to the teacher and even to the students. How do we redefine standards for teachers, students, for assessment, examination, and even how the education boards function? I'm privy to this information I'm part of that group of people who are rattling their brains to figure this out. How do you create standards for a system for only 1.38 billion people with a spectrum that is huge? So there is work in progress, and I think we now are able to make students understand a little more than we were, with an aspiration to go to a lot more than we were last year. Thank you.
Deepti, in regards to the new education policy, since we're on that subject, and here's another question on our chat window from someone who says teachers must be selected on merit, aptitude, commitment, etc., etc. I confess I haven't read the new education policy, so I'm relying on you guys, the real experts. Are you hopeful? Is this a good policy?
Oh, yes, it is. In the past, I think what has really not worked is the implementation. But this time on, I think that is what they're stressing on. And they are working groups, like Arunabh says, there are people working towards it. And I think the thing that I really like is there are school managements which are actually saying, okay, let's not wait for what the government's going to say, let's just start. So I have Naman Jain, who's a close friend in Ghaziabad. He's like, full throttle on skills and really doing a good job. I think the thing that we need to remember is all of this. We are talking about governments. We are talking about various agencies, NGOs, getting together. We should be talking about the teachers and the teacher training, because that's the thing which is going to make the difference, nothing else. So if you are really empowering the teacher in the school, and I'm talking about per school. So my 13 to 14 years of experience for my PhD thesis, what really I saw was that if you have a team, a core team in the school, which actually gets the stake of, getting their own teachers to learn, that will sustain. Only that sustains. Any outside company coming in and saying, I'm going to show you the sun and the moon and the rainbow as well, doesn't work. So you have to have an internal team which takes the onus of the entire process and get them together. And I agree that the teachers that you select should be good, but there is no good teacher or a bad teacher. Only thing is, in a classroom, how do you represent yourself? What do you teach? How do you teach? Like Mr. Reddy said, the pedagogy of it. And if you have your skills right, your framework right, every teacher can be a good teacher. So teacher training, I think, should be the fulcrum.
Arunabh, you got your hand up. And after that, I want to come to Mr. Reddy and talk more about skills, which Deepti was talking about. But Arunabh, please go ahead.
For the teachers, the national education policy makes two very clear points. The first being that currently, if you have to progress in your career, you want to move from being a primary teacher to a secondary teacher to a senior secondary teacher. So it says, well, that has to stop. A teacher is a teacher, and there have to be opportunities of growth within the same class range. And the second thing that it talks about is where it talks about merit, that if a teacher is showing initiative, there should be opportunity in the system to move forward. So it talks about meritocracy in teaching and has very clear mentions on stress on teacher training. While this is what the education policy says, but currently we know that the budget for education has been depleted further by 6% this year. So if you're talking about policy, phenomenal document. I'm in love with it. But action on the ground, we need to do more.
Mm-hmm. In fact, I just want to read out some comments here. Obviously, this has struck a teacher training has struck a chord with our community online. We should have good teacher evaluation process, says one person. Lakshmi Sunil says teacher training and empowerment is so important, but really underestimated. Integrity is so important at all levels of school hierarchy. Javed Siddiq, I'm in complete agreement with Deepthi Soni ma'am and Anudua. Exactly, I agree with you. I'm guessing Deepthi Soni. Swati, lots of people are agreeing with Deepthi here. And then Jason Gard Singh, how do we subjectively assessment for students online with the use of technology? Do we have enough diagnosis analysis online? He points out, or she points out, CBSE examination stress, etc. I guess this is a question in back to the theme of online assessment. I think we've answered that, unless someone else has a specific point they want to make to this particular question that I do want to ask Mr. Reddy about skills.
I think Deepthi might be able to throw some light on this. This question specifically is, how do you do summative assessment? The person is saying there are enough tools there to do diagnostic. How do I do summative assessment in which a student is expected to write on a notebook, scan, like click a photograph, send the PDF to the teacher? Deepthi, have you got any tools up your sleeves that you can share?
Yeah. So I don't know. The only tool is what we spoke about earlier. To change the question. You have loads and loads of routines that can be taught. Again, goes back to teacher training. How do we write the correct question? How do we formulate the right question paper? It's just back to the same thing that we were talking about, actually.
Good tools. Question I saw in a primary maths classroom. The teacher had written, if the answer is 40, what is the question? She had just finished doing functions.
Yes.
And now she was expecting students to come up with answers of, if the answer is 40, what is the question? And the answers to that are unlimited.
Sure. Yeah. So
In
it goes
regards
back to teacher training and changing the pattern of questions. It's just, I think, should be the same answer.
Stuart, in regards to tools, given.
Yeah, I think the tools can be very useful, right? Our CEO, Sundar Pichai, said, technology alone will not transform education, but it can be a powerful part of the solution. So let's not get carried away with technology. Yes, it's wonderful, it's powerful, but it is a means to an end, not the end itself. The goal is not to use technology. The goal is to learn the skills and knowledge and have the experiences that will make you successful and that will make society and the world a better place to live in. Don't take your eye off the ball. Technology will help you get there if you use it right, but it's not just about using the technology. That's not the point.
And you've just answered Reshma Honap's question. Should technology integration help teachers in blended learning? So great timing for what you just said. Mr. Reddy, long-awaited question to you in regards to skills. In many ways, the end result for going to high school, going to kindergarten and college, etc., is to get a job, right? And fend for yourself and contribute to whichever, your society. India has a massive unemployment issue. United States has also had a huge number of layoffs since COVID. The same goes for other big countries like Mexico, Brazil, Nigeria, and what have you. I listened to a YouTube conversation of yours some time ago where you talked about the demographic dividend, and you spoke specifically about job creation. The new education policy is good. Sort of summarizing what we're all saying here, having not read it myself. How do we increase the chances of especially rural Indians with little or no education, semi-educated Indians getting a job? How do we do that?
Professor, firstly, thank you very much. I never thought my video would be of interest to a person like you. Thank you for that. But we seriously believe that unless we address this continuum of education, employability, employment as a continuum, we will not be able to create a sustainable impact. You talked about demographic dividend. If you go a little deeper into that, most of our students drop out by the time they reach 12th grade. Those who complete their education do not have employable skills. Those who come out do not have enough number of jobs. So how do we actually work on these three E's: educational outcomes, learning outcomes improvement, employability improvement, employment being created? That's the theme which SchoolNet works. We work with about 10 million students, youth, small enterprise across the board. One of the things that we came across, the important finding is that the skills today in India is seen as a kind of service for those youth who are NEET category, not in education, employment, and training. So skills is meant for those school dropouts, right? Skills is meant for those lower entry level jobs. I think first of all, we need to shift the frame, and skills are meant for life skills. Why do you have to wait for the students to drop out of the school system and then impart some skills, put them in lower end jobs? Why not skills being integrated into the formal education system? This is what the new education policy talks about. So we need to have the skills embedded into the schools, colleges, and universities. When we talk about skills, actually NEP for the first time lays down beautifully. It talks about foundational skills, it talks about entrepreneurship skills, it talks about employability skills, talks about life skills. I think unless we bring in that integration, the mainstreaming of so-called skills meant for certain section of society, and whereas education is meant for certain section of society, we need to bridge this gap. It should become integrated to this. This is one structural change that we need to bring in. Government of India, many state governments have started. There is a program that the Government of India runs on vocational skills at schools. Both government and private schools can take up, but a lot more work is required. Ultimately, in terms of career progression, credit frameworks to be recognized, and each one of those credits will have to lead to certain amount of qualifications which are duly recognized. When I say that, integration does not necessarily mean subject being taught. It has to be mainstreamed into the assessment certification frameworks as well. While it is being done, what the second question is that do we wait for so long? It's a systemic change, but we have a large number of people who are coming out unemployed, semi-educated, which you talked about. How do we do this? And I would like to answer that in the context of the technology theme that we are talking about. I think that's where, again, technology can play a huge role in reaching out to them. What is fundamentally today the skill delivery mode? Skill delivery mode is that the person will have to come to an institute, sit there and learn. Yes, obviously there are a lot of skills that need to be learned by hand, dexterity related kind of skills, welding, electrification, etc. But there are also a large number of employable skills related to sales, marketing, 1, 2, 3, 4, IT, banking, which can be learned online. So can we use technology, the online platforms, to reach out to these youth who are in need of jobs? Everybody loves video-based content, all right? The huge amount of video-based content could be created to skill them to be eligible for jobs. That is where the digital platforms come in. Once they are skilled through this, and they is ready, that girl is ready to join a job, but where do you find the job? Then that's where we need to bring in job providers also. Again, the digital platform, a kind of job matching platforms would play an important role. Google has done some work on that, and we as SchoolNet, we, Sonu Sood, and Affinity, an initiative by Temasek of Singapore, we recently launched a blue-collar job matching platform called Good Worker, and that's supported by offline physical network of institutes, counselors, and all that stuff. A sort of physical approach I would recommend, because ultimately some counseling is required. So there is offline skills, online skills, job matching happening through digital platform, and assessment, certification, and above all career upskilling. So once they join job, and they can continue to pick up additional skills, entry-level job, and that she can become a supervisor. There could be modules and certification systems. I think the time is right now to create very, very vibrant blue-collar workers skilling, job matching using technology, and which will be cost-effective, and it will also address several challenges that we have. In a sense, suppose you want somebody to leave everything and come to an institute for a 6 months training program. What is the opportunity cost of that girl leaving home and coming here? Otherwise, she would have been doing something. And who will bear the cost of that? Whether technology will be able to help to learn anywhere from anywhere. So that is two things I would like to point here, is that as a structural reform, greater integration, mainstreaming of skills with the academic systems. Two is using technology to skill the youth and connect them with the jobs through variety of digital tools and platforms.
Okay, it is exactly 1 o'clock and we have run out of time. But I really do hope and believe, I think all of you have, I think we're all hoping and believing for a better world after the world comes out of this pandemic and we can go back to some sort of normal life. But thank you very much for spending time with the Indian Express and with myself. I've learned a heck of a lot from all of you and wish you all the best. Thank you, and back to folks at the Indian Express. Bye all. Thank you.
Thank you very much. All the best.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you all the
Thanks a lot.
participants who joined, almost 140 people. Thank you so much for engaging conversation.
Outstanding.
Thank you, Mr. Reddy. Thank you so much, Siddharth. All right, thanks a lot for the wonderful session. Let's move on to the next part. We actually have with us Ananya Vidhu, a grad 10 student from Sunbeam School, Laharatara, Varanasi, to talk about blended learning. So let's have Ananya on board.
Hey everyone, I'm Ananya Vidhu, 10th grader of Sunbeam School, Lehetara, Varanasi. So well, I do believe that the pandemic has brought a revolution in the field of education. While in traditional classroom, we were not needed to frequently use technology. However, the online learning is a complete different deal. Everything is done on electronic device. Being a virtual learner myself, half of my time goes on computer reading and doing my assessments. Also, while at the beginning of my studies, I might have had a basic know-how on technology, but after a while, I had to master the technical skills, and even that wasn't enough because after every few weeks, some other app or some other software would come up more interesting, and then I had to learn and start using it, be it Padlet, Mentimeter, Kahoot, Minecraft, Flipgrid. All of them became a part of everyday vocabulary and usage. But this urge to learn, relearn, and unlearn will be of great help in my onward journey. Also, as the online classes progressed, even the teachers, based on their research and on their training, started experimenting with the delivery system. The SAMR model also started showing its effect from substitution, exactly replicating the physical classroom on the virtual platform, to teachers started augmenting their classes with the tools and pushing it to another level of redefining classes. This more activities, more venue for research, more opportunities to collaborate, more experiential learning through virtual science experiments, virtual field visits, augmented reality, and virtual reality. All of this made classes really very exciting. And also, the concepts got better. Flip learning helped us to prepare a chapter beforehand so that the discussions in our classes were pushed up. Higher order thinking skills became a part of all our discussions. And so now, as the classes had become all weatherproof and scheduled holiday proof, so teachers did not have to rush to complete the syllabus, and everything was taught at the right pace. And it really made all the classes really exciting and interesting. Also, technology, however, it makes everything available to us on our fingertips, and to a lot of us, definitely it seems like a magic. But in this pandemic, I realized that the real magic lies in the human touch, as the real world came to be standstill and the virtual world took over. I realized that how I miss those classroom chit chats, the glaring eyes of our teachers when we did the smallest of the mistakes, the chalk and the board. And I'm very sure that nothing, no technology, no software, no application can replace this. But however, at the same time, I'm looking forward to experience the best of both of them, the blend of technology as well as the virtual classroom. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ananya. And we will be starting the next session soon. But before that, just a small announcement. You guys can stay connected with us through the social media. You can use the hashtag IES2021 if you want to stay in touch, if you want to ask some questions. Other than that, I hope you guys are in a separate room. I hope all the hygiene checks have been done. Stay connected throughout because we have another session coming up right now for all of you all. And I think that was a brilliant speech by Ananya. I will be taking you forward towards the next session. But first of all, we'd like to thank our sponsors, Google for Education and Adobe. Okay, so the next panel discussion will be on empowering all educators for digital transformation. Let me tell you a little bit more about it. So first of all, thank you to all the speakers throughout the day which were there and told us about wonderful things. We will now proceed to the fourth session of the day called Empowering All Educators for Digital Transformation. The session will bring into light the role of government plays in ensuring that teachers continue to invest in upping their skills. For this session, we will have Aditya Natraj, founder and director of Kaivalya Education Foundation, KEF, Shaheen Mistry, founder and CEO, Teach for India, Venkatesh Sarvasity, senior head, digital skills and innovation, industry partnerships and CSR, NSDC, and Garima Bappar, head education initiatives, India and South Asia, Adobe. The session will be moderated by Anushri Bhattacharya, editor, brand and marketing, Financial Express Online. All right, I think over to you, Anushri.
Hi everyone, how are you?
Good, thank you.
So we'll have Mr. Sarvasity joining us in 5 minutes. However, I like to continue the discussion. Nice to virtually meet you all. And yeah, we are talking about empowering teachers digitally. And we have been discussing about this fact that between government organization, technology and digital solution providers and NGOs, it's a complete it's a triangle or a square, what you can say, because each body play an important role in bringing in their own space, right? I would start with I mean, this is a remark for all of you. Where do you see your role in the scheme of things? When Mr. Sarvasity comes, we will take his point of view, but in this case, Garima, if you could start, then followed by Shaheen and then Aditya.
Sure. Thank you. Thank you so much, Anushri. In fact, this particular topic is very close to my heart. Not that we have programs running dedicatedly for teachers, for educators across K-12 and higher education, but I strongly feel that because I'm also an educator at heart, it is extremely important that we focus on skill development of educators so that they can contribute for leaders of tomorrow. For that, I know, when you and I, we were discussing about Adobe's role in education, I also spoke about one of our programs that we launched last year, Adobe Creative Educator. Creativity is that fundamental skill that goes across all job roles. We know that skills are changing. In fact, the panel before all of us, where Mr. Reddy, Arunab, and everybody, they were talking about skill development. Skills is not something that is required for school dropouts. It is extremely essential to build skills while students are in the classroom for their learning outcomes, for jobs of tomorrow. So in total, for education and employability for future. So while we talk about that, we all remember our teachers from our school days. So it's important that we focus on teachers, and teachers have an extremely crucial role to play within the classroom to make it creative, to make it joyful, and all the more reasons today when we talk about distance learning. They need to be equipped with right tools, with right technology, with right solutions so that they make their lectures extremely impactful. Oh, great. I already have somebody in the audience talking about, I'm a creative educator. Great. Thank you for that. And so therefore, Anushree, so coming back to your question, yes, my viewpoint is definitely teachers are the fulcrum. They are the main pillars of our education system, and we have to invest in skilling teachers. And yes, I think people in the room today, we are all from the education background. We are all educators at heart, and everybody is contributing to this mission mode project. Thank you.
Hi, everybody. Lovely to be here. I think just building a little bit on what Garima said, the opportunity as I see it is really the best of both worlds. I think all of us were very used to the physical world. We got thrown into the virtual world, and now we really have an opportunity to say what is really best done in person and what perhaps can be even better done outside of the classroom. I remember in the middle of the pandemic, one of our students came to me and said, Didi, I learned that learning doesn't happen just in a classroom. And it was like such an aha moment for that child. And honestly, for me too, I feel a bit of an idiot that some of these things we should have known decades ago. And we learned in the pandemic that learning can happen beyond a classroom. Learning can happen from so many different people, not just from the teacher in front of you in the classroom. And so I think the real skilling need is to get people excited about what that vision of blended learning can look like. What does it look like to blur the lines between the school, the home, the community? What does it mean to question who is the teacher? Is the student the teacher? Is the teacher the teacher? Is everybody around the teacher? And then how do we really skill and give our teachers time to learn how to get to that new vision? And I think that's very important. The recognition that this is very new for all of us. We're not going to get it right for a long time. We're going to make a lot of mistakes. To make it low stakes for our teachers, to encourage them to try, to experiment, so that they are not just taking what they did in a physical classroom and standing in front of a video and calling that education. That's not going to work. We know that. So this is new. It's scary for teachers. Teachers that are not familiar with technology, it's even more scary for them. How do we nurture, support, celebrate, learn from each other's learning? I think that's going to be the work ahead, really giving people space to learn, experiment, fail, and learn from each other. And so at Teach for India, that's really the approach we've been trying to take. Can we jump in to this new world? Can we understand that we're going to make lots of mistakes? But can we learn from each other so that we're not replicating the same mistakes?
Thank you, Shaheen, Garima. I think our examples are very similar with regard to the excitement that actually COVID has created. I think for several years in the sector, we've been speaking about flipping classrooms. We've been talking about using EdTech, but it's always been at the margin. And I think COVID has provided the opportunity and the fillip to completely put this on its head because it's just compulsory. There are no schools. So we have a very large partnership with Google to actually support 700,000 teachers who are all government school teachers to actually learn to facilitate online. And this has been a really exciting partnership because we only know X amount. It is not attached to any specific product, but it is just supporting teachers to start working online. And remember, this is a government school teacher who's in a village. She was anywhere. She doesn't even have a computer at home. She doesn't have a computer in the school. She's got her own little phone. The community she serves, 80% of them don't have smartphones. This is not the urban kid. This is not my daughter who has a laptop in her house. It's a very different thing. So actually, the flipping of the classroom here, the working of online is an extremely different experience. And we've honestly had to learn while we are training them and almost watching them and see what they're doing and then train others on how to do that. And that's really what we work. And what we've learned is possibly three things, right? One is how do you help them before their classes? Two, how do you help them during their class? And three, how do you help them after their class? Right? So before their class, there are at least three things that we help them with. One is content. Teachers don't know how to create content online, right? They don't know how to, because I've not made a PowerPoint before. I've not made a video of myself. I don't know how long that video should be. I don't know how far away from my face it should be. I don't know how to put animation onto that video. And these are skills we're actually teaching teachers. So Garima, by the way, use a lot of Adobe products as well over there with the teachers, right? So that's because we're product neutral. We're just helping teachers use whatever product is valuable for them. Two, we help them in designing assessments. Like typically in the classroom, you give an assessment, you write it on the board and expect them to do it, right? Whereas here, you can actually use a Google form for people to fill up something. You can use various tools for people to do their assessments in classroom, right? You can send a WhatsApp chatbot question and you can get an answer back. And teachers didn't know this. And so that's very useful to do. And three is lesson plans, even creating lesson plans. There's so much content out there on the Diksha platform. But how do you assemble the content that's most relevant for your classroom today? We just help them curate their content. Similarly, when we go into the classroom, how do you flip the classroom? What should you give for the child to do at home? And then what should you ask in the classroom is very different from what you used to do before. So what are the principles of flipping a classroom? I think, helping teachers just navigate that, saying, oh, I tried it like this, it worked. I tried it like this and it didn't work. Children are not willing to do it, stuff like that. Two is how to integrate with radio and TV. All state governments have radio and TV programs because low-income government schools, we've realized that only 20% have smartphones. So the remaining 80% have to watch the radio or TV program for half an hour, 1 hour, which is linked to their own subject, and then come back. Now, you don't want to repeat what's in the TV program. You have to integrate with that, and you have to follow up on that. If something was taught over there, then you have to follow up with that thing. So how to link to the radio and the TV programs of the government. And finally, how do you check for class participation? When there are 20 kids, class participation on your screen really looks bad. So how do you make sure each child is there? How do you put into groups and cause subgroups? What tools can you use for that? All this is sort of small things that you have to teach teachers in order that they're useful. And finally, in the post-classroom environment, how do you give out homework? Right? Because previously you used to write something on the board and send it back. Now, should you send it by WhatsApp, which means the parent also knows? Should you send them a Word document? How should you send it? How do you get the answer back? Can you auto-correct it because children can just enter it on a form? Things like that. Homework. And then finally, how do you engage parents in this? Previously, you held a parent-teacher meeting. Now you can't do that because you can't meet parents in person. So again, how do you do parent conversations over WhatsApp, over Google, Zoom, whatever you want to do? How do you group parents together to have similar conversations? I think all these can be moved online. And I think in each of these processes, we are learning. Different things are working in different contexts, depending on the intensity of technology available, the capabilities of the teacher, the initiatives of the state government. But it's been a wonderful learning journey. I think we've done what was possible. What would have taken us 10 years, I think we've done in 10 months in terms of accelerating learning. And hopefully in the next 3 to 4 months, we'll reach a stage where teachers will not be willing to go back to the old method of teaching because they'll be so excited about this new method.
I hope so. I have a question to Garima on e-content, but let me just take a opening remark from Mr. Sarvasiddhi, who's just joined right now. So as we were discussing, we were talking about how each body plays an important role in, upskilling of teachers, and NSDC has several programs and has partnered with several companies, including Adobe and Google. So when the pandemic struck, how did you manage? Because your teachers are in the rural most part of the countries, while an urban teacher probably will still be able to, skill herself at a faster pace. For rural, how did you manage to get everyone on the same boat?
Yeah. So, good question, Anushree. When in the month of March, when we had hit the pandemic and India was under the physical lockdown, NSDC, has a wider physical outreach, and we have presence in almost every district. Whether we have Pradhan Mantri Kaushal Kendras, which are PM centers of excellence, which are set up for skilling, or we have 20,000 plus training centers across India. When everything has gone for a lockdown, and it was really tough for us to figure out some methodology to connect with the trainers and the teachers, and of course with the end audience who are candidates for skilling or students in schools or colleges. I would say there are a combination of things which we worked upon. It's not just one. We brought in quickly onboarded a lot of technology tools and organizations which are working in that space. For example, I would love to
appreciate the work that's been done by Upgrad or an Imparters, which are startups wherein they brought their tools by which they can convert a physical classroom into virtual classrooms with the kind of software products and the platforms they have. And of course, things like Microsoft Teams and others, which were really helpful for us in connecting with the end users, whether they're trainers or teachers. That's number one, a tool which is important. Second is thanks to the Geo and others who brought down the cost of data, which is the cheapest in India. And that was second thing from an infra side standpoint in terms of the broadband network which was required. And the third thing is, how do you bring in some experts to train the teachers to adopt technology-centric teaching capabilities, because they don't have the technology usage capabilities and teaching capabilities. So we brought in partnership with, let's say, an organization like Baiju. When Baiju Ravindran has partnered with us, we said, how can we enable the school teachers in government schools to teach their kids, and we started training those teachers. So and then we got in large organizations, like a little bit larger ones, like a Microsoft and Amazons of the world, who come forward and said that, listen, we are committed to skill people, 1 lakh people, 1 million people on digital skills, and we went around across different organizations in the world, not just one or two. We brought IBM on board, which said that we would love to support NSDC and the entire ecosystem of India on Industry 4.0 skills, training them. We got a Microsoft or an Amazon or an Impartus or an Upgrad or a Simply Learn or a TCS Ion. I would say the best word to suit everything is the beautiful collaboration that happened during this time frame, in enabling right from tools, the infrastructure, the broadband, the content, the curation, and the support of the organizations in scaling up to a million population like Microsoft and all, who came for, who have really extended support in driving these initiatives. It's a collaboration that has really led to, create that connect with the last mile and enable these teachers to further train their kids. I think as we go forward, even post-COVID, a combination of online and offline will exist. In fact, both combined would actually create the value. Whether the organizations like an Adobe Spark or a Microsoft digital skilling ecosystems, or a Khan Academies or an edX or Coursera of the world, they would play a major role in skilling a larger ecosystem of India. And that would be a blended model, which I believe would make a lot of difference to this nation.
Yeah, I agree. Speaking of blended model, we spoke about, Aditya pointed about content. We have been hearing about e-content, creating platforms for e-content, while there is Diksha. But Garima, Adobe's set of tools actually help teachers to create that kind of content, right? Can you talk about your work in this space and actually how do you select these teachers? How do you partner with these teachers so that they are able to create the kind of e-content? Because right now there are a number of platforms, but however, we don't have so much of e-content on these platforms.
So, Anushri, let me also take a step back. As Venkatesh has rightly pointed out, that COVID really accelerated digital adoption and active usage as well. So I think during that time, we also came across a lot of teachers. While we talk about creativity, it's also about how and what are the digital tools that teachers use in order to use their creative acumen so that students are able to enhance their learning outcome. So I'm going to talk about three things, that our focus areas have been from a global thought leadership perspective. Number one, we believe in enabling creativity for all. That is targeting next generation of users, as creativity is that critical skill for education and employability, as I had shared in my opening remarks as well. So our endeavor is to enable students with the tools like Spark is free for education, Creative Cloud at a subsidized cost for education, to really help them express their ideas visually with the impact of collaboration, creativity, critical thinking, and communication. Our number two focus is how do we cultivate digital literacy? And in order to do so, I think we focus on teachers. How do we build professional development kits, which are available online at no cost on our education platform, which is Adobe Education Exchange? And every teacher has access to it. It's more of a global platform for connectivity. Teachers across the world come together, they share their content, their learning, and towards the end of it, we built a community of educators who learn, create, and share with each other. So that is how we cultivate digital literacy, not just in students, but also in teachers as well. And more so, how do we modernize the entire education experience? We talk about national education policy, where digital plays a very important role, and so does critical thinking and creativity. So, how do we bring all these pieces together so that we are able to impact three essential pillars? Number one, innovation in teaching, learning, and assessment. Because I think these are the three areas where teachers are always forthcoming. They are full of enthusiasm and energy to learn more about it. Number two, what are the tools we provide to the teachers so that they're able to provide the most engaging student experience? And most important, bring that collaborative element, skill building, and learning outcome. So most of our tools, they have an element where suppose I'm a student, I have the option to bring in my teammates, my group of students to collaborate on one particular assignment or the homework that the teacher has assigned. So these are certain tips and tricks that we work on pedagogical reforms along with the teachers through various professional development sessions that we conduct so that we really empower them to make that difference in their classrooms, be it virtual, or I'm sure sometime the schools are going to open up, but it will still be a combination of physical and virtual. So that's been our focus.
I have a question for Shaheen. I when I saw Teach for India and the kind of work that you do with teachers, and how you train your teachers, and here you're looking at underprivileged people, right? Um, their biggest challenge is to get hands to resources. When I say resources, it also means your infrastructure resources. To get a hand on a smartphone or a device of any kind, right? And then you have these teachers who you pick. So how do you skill these teachers to teach to impart knowledge to these students who come from a very underprivileged background, may not have the right set of tools to begin with, and they don't live that privileged life like us. So their challenge is a very different game altogether than compared to us.
Yeah, it's a beautiful question, and just start by saying it's all work in progress, right? And learning along the way. But I think a big part of it, Anushri, before even the skilling, is in the selection of our teachers. We're big believers that recruitment and selection makes a huge difference, and if that were to change, in the way that we recruit and who we recruit and select, a large part of it is that. So when we recruit, we're really looking for people with an openness to learn, wanting to engage with communities, and a real belief in a mission of providing an excellent education to all children. So the first part is just recruitment and selection. The second part is just in the actual training itself. And so our training looks quite different from the kind of training that you'd get in a traditional B.Ed college. It's all training from being on the ground. So you have full responsibility for a group of children. You spend time in and beyond the classroom, just obsessively thinking about how do I serve those children? What do I do to put them on a fundamentally different life path? And so while the challenges are big and overwhelming, and sometimes as a teacher, you don't even know what to do with challenges that big, the orientation of the teachers is work together to try to figure it out, because the most important thing is to keep the child at the center and to serve that child. So I think a lot of our training, Anushri, is the mindsets, the mission orientation to do this work. What does it mean to not give up? What does it mean to work with community? What does it mean to have the humility to ask for help and say, I don't know? Because so much of what you do, you don't know. And then, of course, the second part is the technical skills, the pedagogy, content training. And then the last thing I'll say is that I think it's never ending, training and support. And one of the things we underestimated is this work is so difficult that the training and support and the love that you need to give to each other and show for each other is constant. So our fellows learn not just before they get into the classroom, but it's a constant learning through the 2 years. I'm learning, I'm giving, I'm learning. That cycle, I think, is very important.
I agree. I agree. I to Aditya, I wanted to ask. I know the format your company follows, but I would like to know what are the specific challenges till date when you try to train a teacher or upskill a teacher. I know that we made the shift to digital, which is morely driven by the pandemic, but now that we are moving toward a blended world, do you see teachers saying no, we'll go back to this old mechanism? Do you think teachers are more getting they want to do blended learning more because that gives them the freedom to read and learn at the same time or teach and learn at the same time? What are the challenges from here on that you think that will come?
Great question, Anushree. And fortunately, I think there is always a 10% of teachers who don't want to, adopt something new. But this is not something that 10 to 15% are doing and the remaining are not. Honestly, because otherwise they can't do anything. That's what I'm saying. COVID actually helped us accelerate online learning because I think 85-90% of teachers are actually working online now. So our biggest thing has been how do you ensure that this is the new normal within government? That this is not just, by the way, for COVID, we did this. And tomorrow when schools reopen, let's assume we have vaccines next academic year, we just go back to traditional classrooms, 20 children sitting bored, looking out of the window, and while teachers are, going back into chalk and talk methods, right? That's what you want to see this as an opportunity. So I think that we almost need to make sure that this is an irreversible change. And for that, we're doing three things, right? We're embedding this within the government system. Uh, there are three cadres of people inside government. One is called master facilitators, one is the master coaches, and one is the district managers. They're called by different names in different states, but essentially there are three roles. The master facilitators are basically people who are responsible for teacher training before. They are part of what is called the DIET, the District Institute for Education and Training, and they used to do offline training. They used to do the in-service training. So how do you make sure that they indelibly and irreversibly recognize that this is valuable? So we work with almost 8,000 to 10,000 DIET facilitators across 7 states. And they, as they're getting into momentum, as they get into professional learning networks to learn from each other, they're seeing that, hey, this is valuable. So tomorrow, I feel even if the state passes an order saying, don't do this, I think many of them are going to do this because they see value in it, right? So that's one group. The second is a master coach group. This is called different things in different states. It's called a block resource center or a cluster resource coordinator. These are people who go and visit the schools and advise the teachers on what to do. They observe the classrooms and they're supposed to tell the teacher, you can teach better like this, you can teach better like that. Now, when there's no classroom, how am I supposed to observe you? Because you're teaching directly to your child. I can't come and observe your classroom anymore. Now, again, for these people, how do you get that person as a co-teacher on whatever platform you're doing so that she can observe what you're doing and give you almost simultaneous feedback on a private chat or something else? So then they're also there. So you're needing to change the offline process to an online process, which could actually be more effective. And the more and more, and actually they love it, because in the past they had to sit for half an hour on their bike, go and sit in the school and then observe a classroom. Now literally they can observe 9 to 10 a.m. They can observe one person's classroom by getting onto one person's Zoom, and 10 to 11 they can observe someone else's classroom on someone else's Zoom. So it's fantastic. So they actually love it. They can visit 5 schools a day now. They used to be able to visit 1 school a day in the past. So they love it. So again, how do you embed this sort of interest in them? And the third is a group of district managers. These are people who are responsible for reviewing education. Now they normally say, "Acha, आपका school खुला है कि नहीं? वहाँ पे classes चल रही नहीं? Teachers attendance था कि नहीं?" All their data systems have collapsed because there's no school. We don't know whether the teacher attended or not. We don't know whether the teacher taught or not. We don't know whether the children attended or not. All their systems have collapsed. So again, we've helped build up their systems. How do you know how many teachers? And this is where Diksha is a fantastic platform, because now we're training them to look at the Diksha platform and say, okay, how many of your teachers actually use the content from this platform? How many of them taught using this platform? How many of them used assessments on this platform? How many of them designed lesson plans? And from that, when you see the patterns, you can see that, oh, these 2-3 schools have used a lot of the platform. These 2-3 schools, there's no activity for the last 2 to 3 weeks. Let me call them up and check what's happening. So you've basically ported a lot of the offline processes of facilitation, in classroom coaching, as well as of education review into online mechanisms. And I think if we embed that nice and tight into the system, hopefully we'll continue to use these more efficient systems as we go forward. So I'm very positive that we can actually do that in the next 6 months.
Mr. Sarvasidi, I have two connecting questions to you. One is I understand that NSDC has partnered with a lot of tech, consumer tech companies in this working in the space of education, right? But what happens? There are schools which may not have been able to leverage the power of digital this year, where you're still trying to get into because we have a vast country, not to mention, and it is very difficult to get into all the nooks and corners of the country, right? So, do we see a system being built where schools can collaborate? For example, there is one school in one district or in a district which can tie up with a school in a village in the same falls under the same district, and the facility is missing in that particular school. At the same time, you also have private schools, upskilling their teachers. I know there is money is not a challenge there, but what is the right kind of tools that these teachers need to have? Will NSDC also look at getting into those schools, because ultimately you have a vast knowledge and you know what works, right? So would you see these kind of partnerships also?
Of course, yes. And it's not just because of the COVID. In fact, 2, 3 years back, we initiated a very interesting partnership. Sweden is very well known for schooling ecosystem, and Swedish schools are supposed to be one of the best schools in the world, the way they experiment their content, pedagogy, and all of that. So, we brought a very interesting partnership between the Kunskapsskolan, and then the Swedish, government, and then Manav Rachna and NSDC. All of us have partnered, and we experimented with 500 rural schools in the state of Haryana, in the state of Rajasthan, wherein we created something called innovation labs, which were primarily set up in certain hubs. Of course, every school can't have it. As you rightly said, in a district, we had that hub and spoke model by which we created those innovation labs in places like, for example, in a place called Jind in Haryana, which is quite interior. So we created those labs, and the Swedish government, along with the Kunskapsskolan and NSDC, we provided content in vernacular languages. Not just language is also a barrier. It's not that English and India they're most used. In a country like India, we also have many regional dialects and languages. So keeping that in mind, we also use the concept of vernacular content and ensuring that the hub and spoke modeling works in such a way that every district has at least one of those innovation labs which we set up, where we were actually trying to integrate skilling and skill-based courses from class 7th, 8th, 9th, 10th, and 11th, 12th. Now, of course, as part of the new education policy, skilling is now being part of the class 7th onwards, and as we move forward. But in this partnership, we used very interesting interventions. If you look into the gross enrollment ratio and the way the children get into schooling ecosystem, the early stage schooling, intake or people joining schools is a good number, and we are good with the developing countries. But the majority of the problem comes in after class 6th and 7th, when students start dropping off, especially girl students. There is a huge dropout, which happens between class 7th and 8th. So we felt, with the sector skill councils we work with 37 sector skill council. We picked up sector skill council like beauty and wellness, and and then we integrated some courses. And there were companies like the VLCCs and Oriflames and others who came and who said that, hey, listen, we are there to support and help you in building courses and content specifically for the girl students who are dropping off from class 7th and class 8th. And a lot of intake happened in these schools we have seen. And today, these girls who drop out from schools between class 7th and 8th and who are trained on beauty and wellness courses can make a living for themselves. They'll get a confidence of earning in a decent way, starting their own boutiques, their own shops in their places, and make a living for themselves. In fact, I would say a concept of integration of this has really helped. And then hub and spoke model, of course, we can't be establishing these centers in every school. So we used a hub and spoke model to deliver this. I would also reiterate the fact that we are talking about a 5 trillion economy. If 1/3 of the female labor force, if they join back the Indian ecosystem, it would be a $30 trillion economy. That's the power of women joining back the workforce.
Yeah, I would agree to that, given we have three women in this panel, so and also what the kind of work we do. But Garima, coming back to you, you spoke about digital literacy, you spoke about critical thinking, right? Now, I will cite an example. For example, the course that students study at college or school, and then when they are thrown into their professional life, it's a this is two different world altogether. Much of the coursework actually does not come into handy, if you see, right? Probably that's also a reason why NEP emphasizes on vocational training, and here, all kind of upskilling or your program comes into handy. But tell me how important is to build these kind of things for employment opportunities, especially when I see um, what students study in colleges versus what actually happens in real life when you join the force.
Absolutely. In fact, I'm myself a very very strong skills practitioner, and this is something that I believe in. That it's not about the marks that you get; it's more about the skills, the life skills that you have, the kind of attitude that you have towards life, and how do you apply it in your daily life. That makes a lot of difference. Well, on one side, of course, from when I talk about education, we are doing a lot of work in with students, empowering educators through our Mission Mode program in India, which we call it Adobe Digital Disha. Because as India is progressing, we are talking about the digital era, and Disha means direction. So how we are navigating in that direction by building skills, building digital literacy and creativity skills for students within the education, within the school ecosystem. On the other side, when we have the higher education ecosystem where we talk about, there's a lot of debate that's going on where NSDC, NASCOM, all these, prominent players are really working towards it to bridge the industry academia gap. So Adobe, we are a digital technology provider. So how is Adobe contributing to it? So we have come up with a few courses. Like one of the courses is UX skills, which is very high in demand. So we have a huge network of partners and customer ecosystem who always come back and say, "Hey, can I have somebody who's really skilled in Adobe products with the UI UX skills?" So there we had a complete online program that we created, and in partnership with NASCOM Future Skills, and which has been running very successfully, and we intend to scale it up this year. So that's one program that lays emphasis on how do we build skills of students within the higher education ecosystem, maybe as a credit-based course or as an elective for the students, so that they acquire skills, they have mentorship sessions from the industry, they understand, they really understand that what is that is in store, what is this industry all about, and how they can grow further if they apply for these jobs.
Sure. Uh, that's interesting. It's all about employment, but I will take a thread from what Mr. Sarvasiddhi said about girl child. And I know both for Shaheen and Aditya, it's a very difficult area of focus given how a girl child's life is in rural part of the country, and even in certain in the urban part of the country, where when we talk about underprivileged children. So, how do you ensure that more and more girl child are educated or skilled, so that in one or the other way they learn to earn their own livelihood and they become financially independent, which is very important in these times.
Well, on an Adobe as a whole India perspective, as a part of our CSR initiatives, we do have technology-oriented sessions for bringing these, to really focusing on women in technology and girls in education technology, and we do that as a part of our CSR activities where all our employees are focused on that, and that's a part of our corporate citizenship and brand and corporate responsibilities in India.
Thank you, Garima. But I like to hear from Shaheen and Aditya because their story is more at a grassroots level, and I think a rather challenging one to get the girl child continue to study.
Yeah, maybe I'll go first and then let Shaheen go as well on this. So this is a very passionate topic. We all know that as a result of COVID, uh, there's as it is a disadvantage if you're a girl, then take on a second disadvantage, rural girl. Third disadvantage, Dalit rural girl. Fourth disadvantage, now COVID infected poor Dalit rural girl with no technology, right? So there's almost no, I mean, you're just, the starting point of the race is just not the same. And it's extremely unfair. So we've never done this before, but during COVID, we've actually started special programs just for girls especially adolescent girls. We work in the aspirational districts, in 25 aspirational districts in India. These are districts which are the lowest in terms of human development indicators. And in these districts, we've started Girls for Girls campaign. We call it the Saksham Bitiya Abhiyan, where for girls who don't have technology, because even if the technology is available, it's available with the father. First of all, only 20% of rural households have smartphones, and out of that, it invariably goes to the father. If the father gives it, he's going to give it to the son. He's not going to give it to the daughter, right? So it's just such an unfair world. So there, what we're doing is we're actually getting girl volunteers who are in the same hyperlocal community. It's not even in a village, it's in a sub village, who are then taking the 10, 15, 20 girls who are nearby, and we've trained them on social distancing, how to run a class, everything. And you're typically a college going student, you understand something to a certain extent, you really care about girls, you yourself have fought patriarchy and come out, so you're actually a great role model for the possibilities. And you're sitting and teaching girls. And the interesting thing is, it's not even about language and maths, it's not about science and social studies. The content is built around poetry, the content is built around art, the content is built around socio-emotional learning, the content is built around sports. And these are ways for helping girls express themselves, connect to each other. And almost like, we talk about Mahila Mandals when you're an adult woman, but at the adolescent stage itself, if you need to be in a group in order to prevent the patriarchy from dominating you, to prevent yourself from, we work in districts where there's 54% teenage marriage, right? So if you want to resist that, you can't do it as an individual. You have to do it as a community. You have to all get together and say, nahi, is bitiya ka shaadi nahi hona chahiye, hum sabko nahi karna hai, right? And so then we're getting these groups of girls together almost at that level to try and work on reproductive sexual health. So the next stage of the program is going to be on reproductive sexual health, delaying age of marriage, delaying age of first pregnancy. Because unless we do that, these girls can't even go to school. You can try whatever you want, you can organize the best curriculum, but if you're going to be married off at the age of 13 to a person you don't even know, and you're going to be pregnant by 14 and 15, there's nothing you can do. So we're very, very focused on doing this, and we're hoping to scale this up across the country, because otherwise it's really an extremely unfair situation.
I can just add a little bit. I mean, firstly, I always love being on a panel with you, Aditya, because I learn something massive new that you're working on every time. So it's beautiful that you've ventured into this. I think our learning on empowering girls is that it goes beyond just the program that you deliver. A lot of it is the relationship with the teacher. Is the teacher able to have a relationship where girls can come openly, talk about their challenges? It's a lot about the culture of the classroom. Is the classroom one where it is safe, where kids are, whether they're girls or boys, they're given equal opportunities to participate. So I think our learning has been, interestingly, to empower girls. You need to do a lot of work with boys as well, because otherwise I think you empower girls, but they go back into systems where they do not have the power. And a lot of it, because I know the topic of this whole panel is skilling the teachers, I think a lot is work with the teachers before even work with the girls, to say, how self-aware are we as educators about the biases we hold, the messages that we bring into the classroom, and can we start to unpack that? So at Teach for India, I think there's a lot of work on the educator look in the mirror and understand what are they doing, how is their baggage and their background playing out in the classroom, and then how can they create truly safe spaces in the classroom for everybody to thrive and be empowered.
Thank you, Shaheen. I have one last question to all of you. The ultimate aim of whether you're upskilling a teacher or a student is employment. And I think this is where the gig economy concept comes in, with so much of vocational skills being imparted even within the teaching ecosystem. So, Mr. Sarvasiddhi, you spoke about getting these girls or learning them courses from VLCC and all other other institutes, right? So when you look at the gig economy in the next 1 or 2 years, to what extent do you think these upskilling programs will help in running the economy and get more employment opportunities?
Yeah, I think Anushri, the way I look into is, the future is all about gig economy, and in the coming time, we would not be working with one organization. We would be working with multiple organizations, and that brings in flexibility, not just to the skill ecosystem. Overall, there would be a dynamic shift, and that we have seen those, some changes happening, and COVID is actually accelerating that pace. So that means, as an individual, I may work with four organizations, and it is my choice to choose what I want to work on, at what percentage, how do I shift my workloads, and of course, if they should not be conflicting, when you're working with one segment to the other segment, of course, those things will be kicking off. And the gig economy is shaping up. And if you look into the Gen Z population, the millennial population, a lot of things are going to change. In India, would not be the same what we have seen a growth in 80s and 90s and 2000 by the tech service providers, and then slowly the startup ecosystem started off in the last 5 6 years. And the next wave of jobs would not be created by so-called the tech or the large big companies. The next wave of jobs would be created by startups. Either this is going to happen, it's already happening. We will see a lot of change in this ecosystem. And the second thing, interesting thing is, with the flexibility of the new education policy now, what they brought in, we are keeping in mind how the economy is evolving, how people should have more flexibility to do what they want to do, rather than in the traditional ecosystem of everybody getting onto the engineering side or the MBA side, and you're overcrowding that ecosystem. I think we need to have a holistic view of various sectors and domains. In fact, at NSDC, when we look at the job roles, we have 3,400 job roles. So I think it is also the mindset one has to change towards skilling, because in a country like United States, the person may be working with a Google or a Microsoft, but when it comes to doing his own plumbing ecosystem, he understands it better, and he tries it on a weekend. Unfortunately, in India, people are engineers, they are electrical engineers, but they don't know how to fix their bulbs. That's the sad part. So there's a lot of difference between what is taught, what is really applicable. I think the new education policy is trying to bridge that gap. In fact, there's a lot of emphasis that is laid on skilling as an ecosystem. With the gig economy now emerging, I think we should not just look at large organizations creating jobs. Everyone, whether it's MSME, SMEs, they are empowered to create jobs. One other interesting thing we have seen is when the migrant labor has moved back to their villages and towns, especially in the COVID times between July to September timeframe, August, September, when the people were moving back to the towns. Then we were wondering at NSDC, what is that we can, how do we solve this problem of the employment issues that may emerge? And then we discovered a very interesting non-entrepreneurship formats. How can you empower people by giving them small loans of 5,000 to 10,000 to start something of their own? And in an ecosystem like India, the mindset is an issue. We are more job seekers than job creators. I think the next generation, when they become more job creators, the employment issues will be solved. Even if the individuals coming from tier one, in fact, when I speak to some of the students at some of the best of the institutions like IITs and IIMs, they are still worried whether they'll get the day zero job or not. And my sense to them, when I interacted with them, was coming from those top institutions wherein 1% of the Indian crowd gets in, if they are worried about jobs, what happens to the rest of India, right? So I think it is a change which is required at a mindset level. And I don't blame the individuals or the students. In fact, I also blame the parents, because it's fear is being fed in their mind. And I have seen either in personal or professional life, love and fear can never coexist. We need to come out of the fear to fall in love with your profession, with your education, or whatever you do, and you'll be able to do best. So I think nano-entrepreneurship is one model which we need to really explore. And we in fact at NSDC partnered with organizations like Sahi Pay, Airtel Money to drive non-entrepreneurship at a grassroots level, making people come out of the fear of not finding jobs, starting something of their own, associating with these organizations, starting your own outlets, starting your own things. And we are also talking to organizations like Nestle and others to explore how, let's say, Nestle can come together and become an accelerator in supporting lot of these what you call roadside vendors
Yeah.
in helping them and empowering them on non-entrepreneurship. That's a beautiful model. We see a lot of them in the Indian ecosystem require guidance. So I think industry, the organizations like NSDC, which is an apex body in the skilling ecosystem, and as well as these MSME and SMEs should come together to create collaborative efforts to empower entrepreneurship in an Indian context. It's not about depending on those 10, 15, 20 companies saying that are you able to provide jobs. Rather, we should have that mindset shift of having encouraging more of entrepreneurship at a non-entrepreneurship at a grassroots level. I think that's going to make a lot of difference to this country as we go forward to the next 2 to 3 years, and that will also boost up and support the gig economy which is evolving.
Sure. Garima, while I agree with you, Mr. Sarvasiddhi, on all points, there is one thing you said about large consumer tech companies, the dependency need to decrease. However, I think the kind of tools that they have today probably will enhance the gig economy in the sense that they will be students, or whether students or teachers, learners or educators, they will be able to pick up skills far sooner, and they will be continuously able to evolve as time evolves, because education is also a matter of evolution, and you need to evolve with time. So Garima, here, I know we have spoken about how India is very important to Adobe, and the kind of tests that you do. How do you see that roadmap going forward from here?
Well, we are quite ambitious in our plans, but of course, the focus is to make an impact at the grassroots level. So while we might go slow on our focus schools and how we want to go about it, but we really want to make an impact so that we are able to continue with our mission of A, empowering educators, and B, how do we ensure that creativity becomes a part of the classroom. So yes, we basically we implement our models based on uh, three pillars, for India. One is, of course, in terms of our programs that I've already shared with you, our Adobe Digital Disha program, which aims at fostering digital literacy and creativity. And we implement those programs in partnerships with NSDC, with Niti Aayog. In fact, our vice president, when she was here on a sabbatical, we also did a small pilot at one of the schools I teach for India as well. And thank you, Shaheen, for giving her an opportunity. We're all quite happy with the results that we got in that school. And then, of course, so we have partnerships, the help of which we implement in schools. So there are various private and government schools that we impact. And towards the end of it, our essential impact is that how do we ensure that it becomes a part of the policy where it is adopted into the curriculum. So it's not that creativity has to be dealt at a separate level. It has to be integrated into the school ecosystem. And in order to do that, we support with a lot of content. So when pandemic happened, when schools were suddenly shut, we saw a sudden upsurge in our PDFs and scan, which is absolutely free and which is on Play Store, because those are the apps which students needed to submit their homework and their assignments. So as a part of our professional development training, we also included a lot of sessions where we could enable teachers of government schools on how to facilitate digital documents, homeworks, while students were having distance education. And also we have partnerships with Khan Academy and a couple of other content providers. And the content is available on Adobe Education Exchange. There are a lot of lesson plans. There is a dedicated team that works on it. So it's essentially all the pieces put together. And that is what our mission is. And while we may do small piece of work, but yes, the impact and focus is very important for all of us.
Yeah, I agree. Shaheen and Aditya, to you, the last question would be, now that we move towards a blended world, what would be how would you devise programs or skilling programs for teachers as well as for students? Because here the challenge would be to have them both on online as well as an offline world.
Should I go first, Aditya, and then you can add? I can just share what we're doing now in case it's helpful to people. One is we spent a lot of time just trying to figure out hardware for our children because they just didn't have access. So we have a lot of learnings that we're very happy to share on how to raise the funds for hardware, how to distribute the hardware, how to not have it be the ownership be with the individual child, but actually create digital libraries in classrooms that can be used even longer term. So that's one thing we've done. The second is we've actually put a lot of our evolving learning on blended learning onto a platform. We have a free teacher training platform. Think of it sort of like a highly curated Diksha type of platform. So much less content than Diksha, but carefully curated. It's free of cost, open source. And we have our evolving learning webinars, a white paper on blended learning. We're going to be uploading our most recent thinking on hybrid learning onto that platform. So again, how we're teaching our teachers, we're trying to make it as open source as possible so that people can learn from it and so that we can learn from others. So firki.co is the platform, free open source platform for teacher educators.
Aditya?
Yeah, just building on what Shaheen was saying, I think I want to repeat what I sort of said in the early part, which is we have to skill teachers in helping them prepare for classrooms, actually execute on classrooms, and follow up on classrooms. Very different because all these teachers were taught in the offline world. So in the preparation for classrooms, how to create content, how to create assessments, how to create lesson plans. And then while doing classrooms, how to link to other media like radio and TV, how to flip your classrooms, and how to do check-ins and participation. I think there are very specific skills required. And similarly, post-classroom, how to do homework and how to do parent engagement. I think there are very specific skills required. And just like NSDC has an skills repertoire for every individual, whether you're a barber or whether you're an electrician, I think online digital hybrid learning is going to require a very specific set of skills. The more we detail it out based on our experience, the more we then start teaching each of those sub skills and test it. So we test each of these sub skills to see whether you've got mastery or not. Because it's not just about content knowledge, it's about practicing that and then feeling like you're comfortable with it. Or not, and then seeing your actual outcome of being able to do it. So I think we need to break it down, just like the teaching job actually now becomes possible, because teachers always used to think, I know how to do it. But now suddenly, because it's digital, they're willing to be reskilled. And I think there's our opportunity to actually break it down into a set of skills, break it down into a set of standards, and then actually test against each of those skills and make sure that they have those skills to be able to do the blended learning. I think there's a huge opportunity now.
Thank you all very much. And it was great talking to you all. And I hope that we see you in the second edition as well. But thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Thank you. Bye.
Thanks a lot. Thanks a lot to all the audience members, to all the speakers and the panelists for the day. We will welcome you again tomorrow at same time and same place with an equally interesting lineup of speakers. And a big thank you to all our sponsors, Google for Education as presenting partner and Adobe as our co-presenter. And tomorrow we will be having more discussions on a lot of things like gaining digital proficiency from educating to employment, coming together of two worlds, future of educating, leveraging technology, something we even touched a little bit of today, and creating modern thinkers. So I will see you tomorrow. Take care.